All right, welcome to this free copywriting course. If you've clicked this video, you probably want to make money online and have a bit of time and location freedom, and that's exactly what I'm going to teach you in this course. This is going to be a couple of hours long. I don't know exactly how long, but you're going to have a laugh throughout this course. It's raw. I've turned off the ads, and hopefully YouTube don't put their own shit ads on it, but I want to give you absolutely everything you need to go from zero to at least a couple of grand a month with copywriting. I'm going to go through the business fundamentals as well as the copywriting fundamentals. So you're going to understand the basics of starting a business and what to focus on, because most people don't teach you that shit. Most people just teach you the shitty tactical stuff of the business model that anybody can teach you. But if you understand the fundamentals of how to start a business and what you should be doing every single day to get you to a point where you're making money, you will absolutely kill it and you'll beat everybody else. So I'm also going to teach you the copywriting shit as well. So like actually how to write good copy. So without further ado, right, I don't have a big scripted fucking intro for you here. I'm going to get into the first section, which is an introduction to me, the business model, everything you need to know. And I'm going to timestamp as much as I can to get through this fucking course. But I will be honest, this is raw, this is real. You probably want to stick this on while you're going for a walk or while you're, I don't know, playing Fortnite or something like that. But let's just get into the course. Okay, so now we're in the course. I've got a cup of tea here. I was a bit sick earlier, so I recorded the intro and then decided to just take a break. But I'm in the course. I'm going to take a sip of my tea and then we'll get right into it. So the point of this course is very, very simple. I'm going to show you exactly how to consistently make $10,000 per month writing copy online. And this works even if you've never written any copy before. Now, I know that that sounds like complete bullshit, and I'm going to address some of those concerns right now because I am a person who is also very skeptical about anything I read, listen to, or watch online, especially if it's promising big things like this. So I know you're not stupid, and I'm going to methodically prove it to you throughout this course that everything I'm teaching you is 100% fact, and we have a shit ton of proof of results from what I'm teaching you here, that it works not only for me, but for people from literally every walk of life all over the world. I'm going to show you proof of people using it right now. And the best part is you can start doing what I'm going to teach you today, because I'm going to teach you the fundamentals and I'm going to teach you the tactics, the shit that's working now. So I want to give you a quick backstory as to who I am. If you've never heard of me before, my name is Matthew, and just a couple of years ago, I was a broke uni student, like anybody living in Ireland or the UK. Like, here you can see me being a complete, I'm gonna try not to curse in this video. Here I was being a complete fucking idiot though. That was me, the one with me with the air deodorant thing, lighting up a deodorant at 6 in the morning at a house party in Liverpool. What was I doing? The other one, that's me drinking a nice pint of Guinness there. As you can see, just sinking that down. The skin looks really clear in that one. And then you can see me drinking a Crofters, which was £2.90 for a bottle, and that's a big, cheap, disgusting cider that we had in the UK. So I literally just didn't have any money, and I didn't come from money, and I had to work for everything I had. But yeah, I didn't really know how to make money. And in a job, you never really have an opportunity, especially in a shitty job that I was going to get, to build any sort of wealth where you have freedom over your time. And there's some quote by like John Rockefeller or something, one of the richest people of all time, is like, a man who works all day has no time to make money. And so that's so true, and I can tell you that from experience, because I have, what do you call that thing out of Wolf of Wall Street? I've been a rich man, I've been a poor man, and I will choose a rich man every time. And I can absolutely tell you that for a fact. Like, you need to be able to own your own operation. If you're not able to own your own operation, you can never control the time you get off. If something happens, like let's say I had my appendix burst like 6 months ago, freak incident, and basically knocked me out of any work or anything for like 3 months. If I'd been working a job, I would have been fired, and then I would have had no money coming in. I would have been in a really shitty position. I probably would have been depressed because I'm like, oh shit, I have no job, blah, blah, blah. But because I learned how to run my own operations, build things that make money while I'm not there, I was able to continue and flourish. I'm sick right now. I've been able to take time off work. It's fine. So I was genuinely really fucking uncomfortable being broke. I hated it. And look, by the way, if I curse in this video and it's not for you, I apologize. But it's just how I was raised. I wasn't raised to curse, but like a lot of people around me curse. I know people are like, there's a lot of Christian people on YouTube that like God and don't like swearing and stuff like that. If you can tone that out, I promise this is worthwhile. It's just how I speak. there's not much I can do. But yeah, I had constant anxiety, basically couldn't sleep properly. I was always worried about money, always worried about money. I didn't have money, I'd save money. People would call me stingy because I didn't want to spend money frivolously on things, but I was just like, I don't have a shitload of money coming in, and it doesn't. If I have zero money in the bank, like nobody comes and saves me, nobody comes and gives me money. So everyone around me seemed to be getting on really well. Like everyone around me had nice accommodations for students. When they were at uni, I lived in the cheapest, shittiest accommodation, and I drank the cheapest, shittiest alcohol, and just in every aspect of life was the cheapest and the shittiest. And everyone else, sports, good at sports, or they were good at university, like they studied really well. They seemed to really enjoy what they were doing. And I just didn't seem to have anything like that in my life. I was just like, what am I good at? I'm just good at sitting on my phone and playing PlayStation and drinking and being a fucking idiot. And that was not a very good feeling. Like none of those things really felt right for me. And I felt really stuck. And to be honest with you, I just felt like completely powerless in the world because I'm like, I don't even have anything that I like. Like, I don't have any money. I don't have any control over anything. And there's nothing I can even use to escape from it. And like, I know a lot of people online who are in this like sort of self-help industry. They'll talk about people use drugs and alcohol and like the hub and all that sort of stuff to escape their life. Um, and I understand. I've never done like drugs or any of that weird shit, but like I understand the pain point because like when you have fucking nothing going on in your life and you've no money, like life's pretty shitty. So on top of that, I basically had to put up with bosses who treated me like shit. I worked in building sites. Yeah, basically got treated like shit. Got paid like £3 or £4 an hour. I have like a pay slip down there. If anyone calls me bullshit, I can show you the pay slips. Me getting paid like £3.40 an hour, working on building sites and just getting treated like dog shit, and it was so horrible. And I did that in many places. I worked in a restaurant, and the chef was an asshole to me all the time, and just multiple jobs like that. Really, like tons of shitty jobs, and I just hated all that, and they just made me feel pretty worthless as a human being, which is not a good feeling. And luckily, I had a bit of hope or optimism where I was like, fuck this, I'm going to make my own life, I'm going to make it out of here. And if I didn't have that, I don't know where I'd be. But secretly, I knew I had something to prove, right? I knew this is actually me. I'm actually in the same room right now, just recording this course. But this was me in my early days setup when I first started a business. And I was just working my balls off, man. I just knew I was like, I'm determined to be good at something, and copywriting ended up being the thing I was good at. And fast forward to today, I've consistently made over 100K a year, every year since I was 22. And in most of that time, I've been traveling the world. I haven't been like glued to a desk or like going to a morning commute. I've literally lived in I'll show you where I've been. I work entirely on my own time. I have no boss telling me what to do or when. I don't have to show up for anyone. I don't have to attend company events. I don't have to listen to bullshit HR meetings. I basically get to do what I want. And because of this, I've been able to live in places like New York. Like I went to New York for basically like 6 months, and it was easily the best 6 months of my life. And it was just like a dream. I always wanted to go there. I got to go to the Comedy Cellar. We seen this guy called Ari Shaffir, who's like buddies with Joe Rogan. We also saw Amy Schumer, who's a big comedian. She wasn't very funny, as expected. She's pretty shit. And who else do we see? Sam. Some guy Sam. But we saw a lot of comedians, and that was just something I'm really into. I love comedy, and where I live in Ireland, nobody really you don't really get to express yourself in Ireland or get to see the things that you're interested in. And here's me standing at the Brooklyn Bridge, or I don't know what you call that. I went to Harvard with a friend. I went to see Fred again, who was a sick DJ. New York was honestly insane, so cool, and it all is possible because of copywriting. I also lived in Dubai. I've just kind of gotten home from Dubai, and that was a crazy one as well. As you can see, me on a Cybertruck, took a Cybertruck out for the weekend. That was pretty sick. Met up with a lot of online business people, went for dinners. That was quite cool just to meet people who do what I do online. And it's just pretty surreal when you sit beside someone else and you're like, we both do this. It basically feels like a video game when you're sitting on your computer and you're able to play around with shit and organize things and write stuff, and then somehow money comes out and you're able to do all this cool shit. This was me in my penthouse apartment, which I rented for a year. Um, it was probably too expensive, to be honest. I wouldn't waste my money on something like that again. But it was quite cool at the time. I worked in a pretty sick view and stuff like that. And we got to just do cool stuff at the weekend. Like you got to watch like Champions League games on this big screen outside, which was pretty cool, and play a bit of top golf. And then I went to Bali, and Bali was also pretty sick. And I don't want to just sit and ramble on about my traveling. I just want to show you some of the stuff that I was able to do, thanks to copywriting, because it's like probably the sickest business model I've ever seen. And I can just, like, sorry, this is the proof. This is the proof. So I just got to met up with some hot, like, Swedish girls that we were friends with. Just drove around on motorbikes all the time. Went to see this place called Nusa Penida. It was so sick. And honestly, if you ever make a bit of money online and you have some time to travel, Bali is a great spot. It's actually quite cheap as well. And Brazil. I recently went to Brazil, spent some time with family. Just gonna blur my brother's face out, but we had a pretty good time. Went to see the Santos Museum and Stadium. It was pretty sick. And just chilled out. Went to South America, had some fun. Smoked some hash. Look, I've traveled all over Europe as well, completely self-funded. And now I'm gonna hopefully, I can't remember what I've put in the slideshow here, but hopefully I'm gonna stop bragging like a dickhead and just getting into teaching you a little bit more about like why copywriting is so sick. And I've never had as I said, answer to anyone, and I've genuinely never been happier. I feel really fulfilled. I know I'm able to generate income. I have a confidence around that. I don't have to I've never ever worried of like, oh fuck, what if I don't make money? It's like, I know how to make money. I know how to sell. I know how to write. And let me just tell you what changed. I think you're going to be able to guess. Firstly, I changed my environment, right? I changed the people that were around me. So I used to hang out with people who were, as you've seen in my earlier snaps, like drinking and partying and going out and stuff like that. And that's fun while you're like 19 or 20, and then it stops being fun. And it's just like you want to be around people who are like trying to achieve things, because if you're not in a high performance environment, you're not going to perform high. And if you're not performing highly, you don't get to live this sick life. Like that life is really sick, but like you have to become a high performer. And so I was thinking like an amateur at the time, and I had to stop doing that. I had to start thinking like I was a professional, because if you want to really level up in your life, I don't know who you are right now, but I don't know what position. Maybe you're like me. Maybe you're a guy who just comes across these videos and you're playing PlayStation and you maybe have this video on in the background, or you're maybe just watching this, I don't know, on your way to work. You've got this on in the background, or I don't know what you're doing, but I know that probably you don't have something where you take it completely professionally, as in you take it like it's sport. And this is something that I decided I was going to take as professionally as a sport. And if you look at a professional sports star, they live a very different life to a normal person, because a normal person isn't optimizing for high performance in a specific thing. A normal person just wants to live a normal life, but you can't live a normal life. I don't mean like you have to live a really weird life, but you can't live the exact same if you want to perform highly, but you get all these benefits as well. Amateurs think about business really emotionally. This is something I've come across so many times. We have beginners coming through my one-to-one coaching program, and they're just like, everything's like a freak out. Everything's like, oh, they're worrying. I'm just like, bro, you have to be zen. You have to be chilled out. This is just a decision. Okay, money didn't come in here. Why did it not come in? How do we make sure it comes in next time? This guy isn't happy with something. Okay, what do we do to fix it? It's all little small decisions. It doesn't make a difference, but people think about it too emotionally. I was a victim of this at the start. I used to think about, oh, no, like what if I don't get the deal, or what if this doesn't happen? It's just monetary exchange. It doesn't really matter. Professionals think logically like operators. So if something goes wrong, they don't care about the specific thing, or they don't get really like pissed off about someone like fucked them over or something like that. They're just looking like, okay, how do I make sure that the operation doesn't take a hit? You know what I mean? The operation, what I'm going to teach you in this video is how to build an operation that makes you money. Amateurs lack focus. They really do. It's something I used to do. Even amateurs who are like, even people who have things that are going well, they'll try and start like 2 or 3 businesses at once whenever they're starting out, because they are afraid of failing in one. So they can tell everybody they have multiple businesses and nobody's really sure if they're making any money. But I can just tell you, like, you have to pick one business. This is just from somebody who's done it and who's observed all around him. And I can tell you that amateurs lack focus. Professionals have trained, clear focus. They decide at the start of the year that they're going to focus on this one thing, or maybe you're watching this video right now, you're going to focus on one thing, and they just stick to that thing. Whenever it gets hard, they don't fall over and do something else. They stick to the thing that they said they were going to stick to, and that's why they're able to succeed. Amateurs also have poor daily habits, right? They don't eat correctly, they don't get out of bed at the same time every day, they don't surround themselves with intelligent people, or at least watch intelligent stuff online. They typically just watch whatever's on, or they just have like this amateur lifestyle. There's a really good book, if you're interested in reading a book about this, it's called Turning Pro by Stephen Pressfield, and I'd highly recommend it. I'm speaking a little bit more quietly, by the way, at the moment. People are sleeping. But professionals have strong daily routines. And look, amateurs don't understand how money and value exchange work. This is just something, like, all of these things are things that I've just seen in just the years of experience that I have. Professionals understand exactly how to solve problems and earn money from it, right? Professionals don't look at things like amateurs look at how do I explain this to you? So when I was starting out, I used to think like, oh, I could do this. I valued the wrong things. You have to value like the operation. I'm going to teach you this as we go through. I kind of just want to cover it roughly at this point, but professionals understand essentially how to solve problems. If something goes wrong, which it will all the time, if you want to get into business, you want to build a business that makes you a ton of money, understand you have to get really good at solving problems, and something goes wrong in the business, it doesn't fix itself. Like you have to be the one solving it. And you can solve it as long as you tell yourself you can solve it. As long as you set the expectation of yourself that I am a person who gets shit fixed, you will be able to do it, because no one else is going to do it for you. And if you wait for someone else to do it, it will continue to be broken, and you'll have to go back to whatever job or whatever life you were at before because you didn't want to solve that problem. Whether it's a small problem or a big problem, you're going to have to consistently deal with problems, but it'll make you very resilient and it'll become easier over time. You'll face different problems over time, and sometimes you'll have really difficult things, but you'll develop a knack for solving problems and getting around them, and you'll get used to it. And look, I chose one skill, which was copywriting, and I decided I was going to master it. Then I picked a clear business model, which was freelancing. So I am going to write copy for businesses online who sell products. So that might be e-commerce brands who sell physical products. I'm going to write the landing pages or the ads or the emails that promote those products to customers all over the world. And I'm going to be the guy that comes to a company and says, hey, I want to write for you and help you make more money. And I learned exactly how to make money as a freelance copywriter, and most people don't actually know how to do this. Like I see copywriting YouTubers out there, and a lot of these guys have just made all their money from selling courses. And if you look at my channel, you'll see that I've been uploading for like 5+ years, and I've worked with some of the biggest companies in the world. I know how to do it with small businesses and large businesses. And what I want to teach you in this course is the fundamentals of why a business would pay you, and also the fundamentals of how to write copy. Because most people just want to learn like, how do I write emails? It's like, bro, I can teach you how to write emails, but you need to understand the fundamentals behind it, because if you don't, you're never going to understand how to write a good email, really. You're going to understand like a template or something like that, but then it's like, what if you have to write for a completely different type of business than the template that I've given you? You're not going to write very well. And look, in this course, I'm going to teach you both the skills of freelance copywriting and the business model. I'm going to teach you also just general business advice, which I don't really see on these copywriting videos, and I want to give you it because it's like understanding like how to negotiate or how to deal with people or how to deal with problems or how to think. Like these are the most important parts of business. The copywriting is just like the tool that you're using to sell. It's just a thing that you sell. It's nothing special. I didn't get into copywriting because I was like passionate about copywriting. I was just like, I need to make money. This is something that doesn't cost me money to do, which is right, and I can sell it at 100% profit. Like someone pays me £1,000 or or $1,000, I don't have to go and buy something to give it to them. I just write shit down on a page and then give it to them, and I've just made £1,000. That's why it's the best business model. It's like you can just learn it. It's just like acquiring knowledge and then being able to put it onto a page and sell it. It's insane. And I want to show you how AI makes it easier than ever. Now, pay attention because this next part really matters. Before you get stuck into skills or strategies, as I said, you need to get your mindset sorted first. This is like the key part of online business. Like, most beginners skip the mindset part. They think it's pointless and they want quick tactics. And these people genuinely never get anywhere. Like, I can tell you, the people who, like, you just will not survive. I promise you, bro. Like, if you get into business, if you have two people that are in business and one of them, let's say even let's say you have £1 million a year business, a business that's operating, that has a team of staff, it has a great product, it has marketing, it has finances, it has everything built, right? And you have two people, right? And you entrust one person. Let's say we have two scenarios. One person is like Alex Hormozy, right? You entrust him to run this business. How do you think the business is going to do? The business is probably going to thrive and make way more money than it currently is, because you have someone who loves running businesses and someone who's very competent at running businesses. And so what is competence in running a business? It's understanding like how to solve problems on a daily basis. It's understanding like how to think through decision making. So if you're faced with a particularly difficult decision, like should I hire this person or should I sell this product in this certain way, a person who's competent and who understands why certain things are the way they are is going to obviously make a better decision, and the business will succeed. Now, let's say we don't give it to Alex Hormozy. Let's say we give it to some guy who's like morbidly obese and plays World of Warcraft every day and he has no idea how to run a business, right? But he just wants money. There's some people out there like that. And we give it to this guy, let's call him Keith. And Keith, like first of all, no one's going to respect Keith because he's sitting there in a basement, morbidly obese, doesn't take care of himself, and he also isn't competent. He just wants to make money out of it. He just wants to take profit. He's like, I don't really care about providing value to businesses, or I don't really care about my team or the operation or any of the shit that actually matters. All I want to do is take money out. I just want free money. Keith is going to get fucked up. Like, the business is going to basically capitulate overnight if Keith is in charge, compared to if big boss Alex Hormozy is in there. So the difference between those two people is knowledge and mindset and how to approach things. And if Alex knows how to operate himself as a human being so that he's healthy and he's able to get up and work every day and he can move fast and he can make decisions and he has the right people around him, if he understands how to do that and he also understands like accounting and marketing and all these different parts of the business, he's going to succeed. And so mindset is like, it is all that business is. It's understanding how to make decisions. If you don't understand mindset, like, you don't understand anything. So please don't be a Keith. Please don't try and skip the mindset stuff, because you're just screwed. Athletes, entrepreneurs, and entertainers, I just want to make this point. Are they disorganized people? Are they unfocused? Do they think they know everything already? Or are they organized? Are they focused? Are they always looking to learn? Are they patient and prepared? I think you know the answer, right? Think about a top athlete. There's someone who wants to learn all the time. I just watched a video of Kobe Bryant talking about how he doesn't see failure as a real concept in life. He doesn't even know what failure is. He's like, it's only a failure if I quit doing it. But if I fail at something, or if I don't score a goal in this game, I learned, why did I not score the goal? And tomorrow I try again. And so you need to understand that this is a constant craft that you will learn and you'll work at. And it's very fulfilling. I'll just tell you that for a fact. Working for yourself is very fulfilling. It can be tough at times, but it's absolutely sick, right? And getting your mindset right is so important. And that's what the next part of this course is going to be about. So let's get into it. I might be a little bit more animated in the next section. All right, welcome to the entrepreneur mindset section. Now, this section I wanted to put in because it is genuinely some of the most interesting shit I've ever written and put onto a slideshow. And I just also want to share a little small story before I get into this section. It's not even a story, but this morning when I woke up and I got out of bed, I literally danced. I literally listened to music and I was dancing while I was brushing my teeth. And I was just like, how sick is this? I used to never dance. I used to get up and go to a shit job that I fucking hated and just be miserable and really dreading the day. And then I'd go home and play PlayStation all day. And like when I got home, and I had nothing to look forward to. This morning I danced because I was like, I get up, I get to record this sick ass course. I'm going to get a shitload of comments from people that love it. And then I go to the gym and then I see my friends. How sick is that? Like, how sick of a life? So yes, entrepreneurship comes with its hardships. It's difficult at times, but you will never find anything more rewarding when it comes to work. So let's just get into this, right? There is 264 slides in this part of the presentation. I'm pretty sure the next one has 500 slides, over 500. And then I don't even know what else I've put. There's another couple of hundred slides, I'm pretty sure, after that. But we're going to start off with bullshit metrics, right? This is something that a lot of people do whenever they're starting a business, or I see a lot of people, like young guys, come through and they will start making a bit of money, and then all of a sudden they think that they have like a data analysis degree, where they start to look at things being like, what's our, like they get on YouTube and they're like, what's our click-through rate? What's our watch retention? Like, what's our open rates on the emails? And it's like, bro, you have like 200 people opening the emails and you get like 100 views on YouTube. Like, why not just focus on making more content and getting better at the thing? And so that's basically what this section is going to be about. I'm going to really go into detail. So this is a huge mistake that I see beginners making in this copywriting and online business space. They obsess over bullshit numbers and metrics, right? They think that they are smart because they read a quote being like, oh, you know, what is it? Data is king, or like some shit like that. And they're like, oh yeah, I'm a data analyst now. You know, how can you run a business without knowing the numbers, bro? And that's true. It's absolutely true. But most people look at the wrong metrics, which is a really important thing that you must not do. Like, this is where I can give you some advice here. And this is where raw advice comes in very handy, because a lot of these guys I see that make these videos about copywriting or like how to start an online business, they are incentivized to tell you stuff that sounds fun and easy, because then you'll buy their shit £99 course. And that's not what I'm here to do in this video. If I can give you any advice, I want it to be honest advice, and at least you'll decide if you don't want to do business. Like, you're not going to feel like that at the end of this course. You're going to feel like you're literally about to be a millionaire. But like, if I can give you any advice, I want it to be the true, honest advice that I've experienced from actually running businesses. So let's just look at an example here. YouTube and email are absolutely sick. Like, let's say you're running a business. Some people like starting YouTube channels whenever they run a business. I actually think it's a sick thing to do, because you get to create content. But YouTube and email, for example, are great because they give you loads of data. Like, they give you data on every little possible thing, right? And this allows you to tweak and improve your marketing, because you can look at like, this number's going up. That means I should do more things that make this number go up. And if you're looking at the right numbers, that's absolutely sick, but most people don't. All these metrics can become really distracting and overwhelming. You lose sight of what actually matters. I've seen people, like, they get in, they have a business, and they spend all their time looking at data. And I'm like, bro, if you just made, like, there's like fitness coaches I've worked with before, and they have businesses, and they're like obsessed with like, oh, if we get this rate to like this, and they're like 45 spreadsheets. And I'm just like, man, if you just made a video every single day instead of making one like 2 a week, you'd like, if you're making like, let's say, 1 video a week, and then you're like obsessing over like 50 million different numbers, and instead of just spending all that time obsessing over numbers and stressing about that shit, why don't you just make 7 videos? Now you have 7 times the amount of people coming through, and all the numbers are going to go up anyway. You know what I mean? So don't lose sight of what actually matters, and I'm going to explain how you can understand this throughout this section. So what actually matters? What do you think? What do you think is the one metric in a business that actually matters? Sales. Sales is what actually matters. This is something that I wish I could teach so many people. Well, I am teaching people. So people constantly ask me shit like, Matthew, what is your reply rate on cold DMs? Now, some of these things are fine. You know what I mean? In our paid program, we have myself and my head coach. We have benchmarks for like, yo, this is kind of what you should be getting back if you reach out to this many people. But also, like, if you become an absolute killer and you're just reaching out to a shit ton of people, and if you do things that are outside the box, you'll get like outsized returns. So let's say you're reaching out to loads of businesses on Instagram, you just send them like the same template message as everyone else. You might have a shitty benchmark because everyone else, like, let's say you reach out to 100 businesses, you're like, I want to work with you, blah, blah, blah. And like, typically, let's say one out of those 100 businesses responds because it's a shitty message. You know, you might say, oh, that's my benchmark. Well, if I just do 1,000 of those, I can get 10 people. But I'm like, what if you just made an extra effort? Like, what if you stop focusing on these shitty, stupid numbers and you just focused on, like, how do I make people more interested in what I'm selling, right? And so that's kind of what I want to get you to do. So people ask me this shit. People ask me, what's your email open rate? What's your like, conversion rate from cold outreach? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Half of these numbers, I don't know. I don't give a shit. And I still make money. And like, that sounds counterintuitive, I'm sure. I don't spend my day staring at that shit. Let's just be honest. I spend my day doing things that actually grow the business. This stuff does not grow the business. A small amount of it does. Like once a month, I look at my finances for my business. I look at the main numbers. I'm like, right, how do we fix this? How do we fix this? But like, I'm not running a multinational corporation here with 500 employees. I'm building a business that like allows me to actually take time away. So if I'm spending like all my day looking at numbers, then I'm not doing the things that are actually important in the business. And like, I only have a set amount of time I want to work on the business because I want to enjoy my life as well. And if I spend like any time that I spend looking at numbers is not time where I'm making content or helping my existing clients or trying to sell people on additional services or products or get new clients. And those are the things that bring cash. I know for a fact, like, one of the benefits of not having any money growing up is that you understand the absolute core fundamental of what is important for business. And I will get into this later, and it's going to be a sick lesson. But I focus on the one thing that actually matters, which is bringing cash in. I don't think about like click-through rate, you know what I mean? And the truth is, I just barely pay attention to this shit. There's no need. I actually look at sales. If my outreach and my emails are bringing in profitable sales, that's sick, right? I might glance at other numbers later to fine tune things, but it's not essential. So if I have an employee working on something or a team member and he's working on something and I can actively see what he's outputting and shit like that, then maybe it makes sense for me to look at it because it'll take like 5 minutes of my time, but it tweaks what he's doing for like 500 hours per month or something like that. You know, like I can tweak something, but it's not me spending my whole day doing that shit. Now, if they're not bringing in profitable sales, it's not great. I immediately change shit up and test new approaches until I find something that works. And at the end of the day, the only number that really matters is how many sales you're making. I wish more people focused on this. Replies, open rates, click rates, they do not pay rent. Views don't pay rent. So many YouTubers get loads of views and they're literally broke as fuck. This YouTube channel has like, what, 47,000 at the moment subscribers, and most of them are from like 5 years ago when I started making videos. So I don't know how many people actively watch my videos. But like, because I'm able to produce really high quality shit for a very specific audience of people who are interested in something that, you know, they're really interested in copywriting, they're interested in making money. I've really positioned myself where I'm like, I can help these people and I'm able to build a business off that that's actually profitable because I understand like how to help people and how to target the right people and make sure that I'm actually giving value rather than like, yo, today we dipped my son in slime and now we ran him around like a Walmart or something like that, like half the shit you see on YouTube. So this shit doesn't pay my rent, sales does, right? Here's something else to consider. I see so many beginners making big decisions based on tiny data sets. This is hilarious. The truth is, if you're not getting enough volume, those metrics aren't even statistically valid yet. So you need at least 1,000 emails opened or outreach messages sent for the numbers to even start making sense. If you send an email to an email list full of 200 people, so 200 people sign up for your little newsletter on a website, like, hey, 5% off if you sign up for a newsletter, and only one person buys, right? Out of 200, one buys. That doesn't automatically mean your conversion rate is 0.5% because you've only sent it to 200 people. There's too much randomness. But if you send emails to 3,000 people and you consistently see 45 to 60 sales, you're now looking at data that you can actually learn from. When you're just starting out, odds are you won't have enough data to make meaningful conclusions on things. So here's the best advice I can give you. Ignore absolutely everything except for making sales. Do not ignore that. It's the most important one. And yes, I know that sounds extreme. I know you're like, oh, Alex Hormozi taught me to look at LTV and CAC. And it's like, but you haven't even started a business yet. Like, what are you looking at that for? Like, you know what I looked at whenever I started a business, and it worked very, very well, and it continues to work? Money in versus money out. How much is coming in, how much is going out? Those are two very important metrics that a lot of people don't look at because they're so obsessed with their CAC, whatever the CAC is, right? Customer acquisition cost. And sure, different situations sometimes call for different approaches. So if you're working with a client, maybe they care about these metrics, fine. You're getting paid to look at that thing. But most of the time you're not getting paid, right? In 99% of cases, focusing purely on sales will lead to more sales. I promise you that. Don't let yourself get distracted by bullshit vanity metrics, followers, subscribers. Like, it grates my head sometimes whenever someone will start a personal brand to grow their business. And they'll be like, oh yeah, I've got the account up to like 1,600 followers. And I'm like, okay, and how many sales? Oh, none yet, but we're going to get some in. What do you mean none yet? What do you mean none yet? Like, you need to get sales in. That's the whole point of the business. You're not like, people start a business, you know, they ain't going to the shop and buying a bottle of Coke with 4 followers, are they? They're going to buy it with £2 or whatever the inflation hits Coke prices now. The goal of your business is straightforward. Generate profitable sales. There's no need to complicate it more than that. For example, business beginners often get excited about pointless vanity metrics, as I said. Like, I got 500 new subscribers this month, but 0 sales. My email open rate increased by 2%, but nobody actually bought anything. My YouTube thumbnail got a 10% CTR on like 143 views. And the video didn't convert any of the views to customers because people clicked off after 1 minute. All that stuff feels good, but if it doesn't lead directly to sales, it's meaningless. So understanding, like, whatever domain you decide to go into, like, there are some really key important metrics, but it's always like, honestly, like 1 or 2. Like, if you're making videos, for example, right, and you're trying to grow the business, I never look at followers. I don't give a shit about followers. I look at how many people are viewing this video, and then I know kind of like what to improve but like, I don't really care about the actual metrics. I care about making the video better for the person that watches it. People think about algorithms and all this shit. I've been doing social media for like 5 or 6 years, and I've worked with some of the biggest companies in the world. And like, the algorithm, who gives a shit, man? Like, we're here to make the best quality videos for the people that are watching them, and understanding how to make a video for a human being rather than an algorithm is really important. And people also know as well, when you're trying to constantly like retention hack them, like, I know this is a video about copywriting and stuff, right? But like, this is in general stuff about YouTube and content, because content is something you'll come across a lot as a copywriter. But people will just like, they'll try and hack, and like, they assume the other person is stupid. The person behind the screen watching it is an idiot. Like, people are watching videos every single day. They know what you're trying to do. And it's the same with copywriting. You have to be assuming that your audience is actually intelligent. And yeah, like, these numbers all feel good, but if it doesn't lead to sales, it's completely meaningless. The only thing that you should focus on in your business and should excite you is making money. And that takes us on perfectly to our next lesson. What is a business? Okay, I'm going to take a small break because I need to cough my lungs out. I'm still a bit sick, and I'm also going to neck a bit of this monster. Okay, so I've been outside, I've coughed. Now I want to get into the next lesson. What is a business, right? This is a clue of what a business is. You see all those succeeded, money coming in? A business is money coming in, right? A business isn't anything else. It is not money going out. It's not you spending money. It is not your accountant. It's not your logo. It's not your website. A business is money going into your bank account. This is how you have to view business. If you don't look at it like this, you're going to fail. And it sounds really simple, right? It sounds really, really simple and basic, but you would be amazed at the amount of people that don't understand this. So many people get so excited about spending money. Anyway, Think about this, right? Someone selling stuff on the street, you know, little bags of stuff, with money flowing into their pocket every day, is more of a business owner than someone with trademarks, logos, accountants, all that shit, but no actual money coming in. You own a business if you're getting paid. That is exactly what a business is. It's you getting paid. The point I'm making here is absolutely crucial. So you have to pay attention, right? Because you need to understand how to approach a business clearly. Cash comes first. I cannot stress this enough. It sounds basic, but cash comes first. Let me give you a clear example of this, right? I say to people all the time in these videos for free, start a freelance copywriting business, right? And people will DM me on Instagram, I'll get back to them, and I say like, how would you do it, right? I ask them sometimes, how would you do it? Well, you know, I'd set up a website, I'd probably get a profile set up, I'd design a logo, I'd get on Canva and make business cards, I'd start writing loads of samples for stuff, and listen to everything they're saying, right? Build a fancy website, get a logo, design business cards, write samples, register a business, all things that cost money and time. I don't focus on that shit when I start a business. As a business owner, your primary focus should always be on things that make money. Now, most people start a business and they think about spending money. And there's no problem with spending money. You have to spend a little bit of money to start a business. Like, you have to get maybe a website, maybe like a basic website, maybe like an Instagram verified badge if you're going to reach out to people on there and get clients that way. And like some basic stuff for getting clients. Like focused only, the only money you should be spending is on getting clients, maybe ChatGPT for $20 a month, right? But like people that join our sort of paid program, this is a side point, like we don't get them in and try and like sell them on 500 different softwares that we own. Like I could do this shit. We could build all these softwares for all the things that we do. Like we teach you to like, oh, get clients through this like platform or this platform. We could build a thing and like get them to sign up through that. But like, I would rather focus on you just doing the shit that makes money, because I know what actually gets results, and signing up for some bullshit software that you don't need is not essential, right? I help you focus on building a business that makes money. I don't want you to spend shit tons of your own money, because you need to understand that at the beginning of a business, you're probably not very skilled at running a business or providing whatever service it is. You have to get better by just actually doing shit. So I would rather you focus on doing shit and getting better at that than spending money on bullshit, which is what most people say. So most people are like, oh, I'll build the perfect website, I'll create the branding, I'll hire a designer, spend, but where is the money coming in? They literally, it baffles me. They're like, oh, I need to get an accountant or a lawyer to advise me on how to run this business. I need to do this, I need to do this. You know what I did whenever I first started a business? I literally wrote copy, I got decent at copy, and then I started reaching out to businesses. And if they asked me, how can I pay you? I set up a PayPal and I took a payment. It's not setting up, I didn't have a website when I got my first client. I'll be super clear. I did not have a website. I did not have any presence at all. I reached out to a guy on like Reddit. I just had like a Reddit account. I don't even use Reddit. And I had this account and I just text the guy. I was like, yo, I think you need like better copy on your website, blah, blah, blah. Came in, $100, paid me, and I started writing copy for him and I got him results and he paid me more. And then I got into his friends and I started to do other advertising to get myself some clients, right? But I literally didn't, the first $100 I made online, I didn't have any website, I didn't have any profile. I had like a professional domain that cost me like £6 or something like that. So I wasn't spending stupid money on shit, right? You need to focus on money coming in. Most people talk about spending money on shit. I am talking about making money, right? It's so important and it seems so basic. You might want to skip this part, but please don't, because I know a guy who started a business in the coaching space last year, right? And you know, he's a nice guy and he done quite well, making quite a bit of money, you know, and then somehow he was spending more than he was actually making. Like he was spending more money than he was making in a coaching business, where the business is literally you just talking to people and helping them with problems. How do you spend more money than you're making? I don't understand. People get into it, and like, I've wasted money on shit. I've definitely wasted tons of money on shit, and I learned this lesson the hard way. But I want to teach you this so you don't have to learn it the hard way. You would not believe the amount of money people waste at the beginning of a business. They just think that like spending more money equates to growing the business, and they get a dopamine rush out of spending money and being like, this is going to help me so much. And it's like, most of it isn't. Most of it isn't. As an entrepreneur, your entire mindset should be focused on making money. Money coming in is a business, money going out isn't. I mean, so many people who say, I have a copywriting business, I asked, what have you got? They have a beautiful website, fancy logo, business cards, registered my brand officially, all this bullshit. They've watched Dragon's Den or like Shark Tank, and they think that this shit is important. I didn't register a business. I don't even know when I registered a business. It was like a year into having an actual business. I was making money, and I was like, I'm going to register a business, and I just paid my taxes, whatever. I got the accountant that I got whenever I was bringing in cash. I just paid an accountant. I was like, look at all my books for the last year. Tell me how much I owe. Pay it. Bang. And then I had a business, a limited company set up, and I ran shit through that as well. Most people just aren't making money. If nobody pays you, you don't have a business, right? People are paying you, like unless people are paying you, all you have is like a pointless hobby. And you might be excited about your business, and you're like excited to build it, and I get that, right? But unless people are paying you, it's just a hobby. It's just a hobby. You need to build a business that brings in cash. You need to focus on the cash producing activities in the business, right? It is better to have this part right, money in, and everything else wrong than the other way around. Now, the one exception that I will tell you is that paying for advice and mentorship is genuinely the best money that you can spend if you spend it with the right person, because they will save you shit tons of money going down the line. And I often liken mentorship and shit like that to getting a job in the corporate world. So if you get a job for, like, let's say Citibank, like a huge banking company or something, how do you learn what to do? How do you learn how to bank and make money for the company? Well, you have to get someone who's probably older than you, who's done it before, to teach you this shit. And you're in a job, so you have to work for that company. So this person's going to teach you for free, but obviously you work your balls off in that job, and someone will teach you it. But whenever you're starting a business, you don't have a mentor, because nobody really else is like super incentivized to grow your business. So that's why you pay for someone. And if you do the right scouting, you find someone who you believe is honest and actually has results and shit like that, you can learn a shit ton of stuff in like 1 month. Like I have mentors. I pay people like over $1,000 a month for mentorship, and I have for like a year and a half, and I did before that as well. And it's because like that's the only thing I would tell you to spend money on, aside from the little basics, because it's just like your time is worth so much more money than actual money. Because if I can teach you how to do something that makes you 5K a month in 3 months, and you would have only did that in 12 months or never done it at all, I've made you like 5K a month every month for like that 9 month differential, right? So that is just one point I would make. It's extremely important to understand that money in is the most important part of a business. If I had to start a freelance copywriting business, I'd do none of that bullshit to start with. I'll give you some basic advice, right? I wouldn't go out and make business cards. I wouldn't do all this bullshit. I'll give you some basic things that I would tell you to do, but I wouldn't start spending money on stupid shit all the time. I would start directly reaching out to potential clients. I would get good at copywriting, and then I would start offering my services immediately. We get people in our program, for the first 30 days, we get them like, get good at copywriting, and then let's go. We're here to make money. We are not here to become literary geniuses. If you want that, go to university. So bring money in, bang. And once you're reaching out to businesses and once you have people paying you, you're making money. You're getting sales. You don't have a fancy website. You don't have a perfect logo. You haven't spent weeks writing stupid samples for every specific business that you could possibly work with. You just reach out to the businesses you want to work with, and you make an effort, right? But you're making money. Once you have money coming in, you can solve problems. This is what I always say. So I say fancy website as if it's a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's only a bad thing if you focus on it for like 3 weeks rather than doing the shit that actually brings money in. You can build a nice fancy website very cheaply and very quickly now with AI, or you can hire someone else to do it. And But you shouldn't be focusing on like if I get you to build a website, if you come through our thing, we get you to build a website. I think you pay like $9 or something like that to build a website, maybe like $10 for a domain. That's like $19, and you've now got a website. We show you how to build it completely from scratch for free yourself, or you could use AI, or you could do something else. But like, it's really, really low cost, and it's quick, and we don't want you spending all of your time on that thing. You need to spend your time on the shit that actually matters, which is bringing money in, reaching out to businesses. Now, when money hits my bank, if a client asks for samples or portfolios, I will create exactly what they want. So like, one thing you can do, one thing I did when I was starting was I would just, if someone asked me, can you do this thing? And I hadn't done it before, or I couldn't, I'd be like, yes, I can do that. And then I figure it out after, once I get paid. I'm like, and like, you can't bullshit this. You can't just scam them and fuck off, because they'll just issue like, they'll go to their bank and be like, yo, this guy fucked me out. He didn't even give me what I paid for. And I've actually met like other business owners who have like, there's one dude I met who's like an 8-figure business owner. I'd say like, how did you initially get clients for your marketing agency? It's a huge company. It's like, oh, basically we talked to someone, we'd ask them what their problems were in their business and if they needed help. And they'd asked if we could do it, and I was like, yeah, we can do that. And then I figured it out after. I found a guy who could help me do it. Even if you can't do it yourself, you can find someone else who can help you do it, right? Now, if you do this approach, rather than going and spending a shit ton of money, you buy yourself time, because the client is already interested and they've already paid you the money. But guess what? I have money in the bank. I can solve problems. I haven't spent my own money, or hardly any of it, like basic amounts. And I now have time and money to create branding, a website, or whatever else might be needed to get more clients. Doing things this way makes more sense than the alternative. Imagine doing everything first. Oh, Jesus, I see this all the time. Perfect website, logos, samples, and then I start reaching out. What if nobody hires you? What if you, like, I'm not telling you to do nothing. Like, you have to have a little nice professional profile set up. But don't spend like months on this shit. Like, people genuinely, they're like, oh, I talked to them, and like 3 months later, they haven't started anything. And I'm like, where is your business? Like, it takes you like a day to get all that shit set up, and then you can start making money. You're fucked. If you do all that shit, you just waste your time. But if you do it my way and nobody hires you, what have you lost, right? If you've cheaply set things up, you've done it according to how, like, I can teach you this shit for free. If you do this shit cheaply, you don't lose anything. You don't spend money. Who cares? Nobody wants your service. Big deal. Not a big deal. At least you haven't wasted weeks designing a pointless logo and website like some dork. Always remember this. A business is money coming in. Next lesson. Again, I'm going to take a break. My voice is dying today because I'm sick. Next lesson is always be analyzing. All right, so the next lesson is always be analyzing. Now, I'm gonna ramble and riff on this one because it's really important that I teach you this shit. This is just like wisdom from business. This is not something you'll find in a textbook or anything like that. And this is just something that I personally do all the time and I've always done. And it's getting more intense over time because I realize how useful this is. Like, this is a super valuable thing to be doing. And if you understand how to do it, you will learn a shitload about business and people. This extends beyond business. It extends beyond copywriting anyway. This extends to relationships and, even investment in properties or something like that. It invests in like pretty much every part of your life. And that is analyzing how things work, breaking them down, figuring out why this person did this thing, or why are they acting in that way, or how do they speak when this person comes into the room. And the same goes for business. I'm always analyzing everything, and this is something I want to teach you to do here in this lesson. So I'm going to go through it here. It's funny, actually, since the last lesson I recorded about what is a business. I have a great memory. I was actually helping an old man get a fridge into his house. Went and got him a fridge. It was on for free in Facebook Marketplace. And the guy needed a fridge. He's a neighbor, and went and gave him a fridge and moved it in for him. He says, "What do you do?" I said, "I work for myself." He's like, "Oh, do you work on the computers?" I was like, "You're damn right I work on the computers. Make good money doing it too." Most beginners think success comes from trial and error, which is true, and the majority of success will come from doing things. However, a lot of them waste years figuring everything out themselves. Trial and error is essential. You're still going to have to put in the reps, make the mistakes and learn from them, right? And this is where you learn the most valuable lessons in life. And I want to save you a fuckload of time right now though. Trial and error alone is slow. So you need to do it, but doing it by itself is slow. So you need to do other things as well. I'm going to teach you how to do that. There's a much faster way to succeed and grow a business. Study people who have already done exactly what you want to do. And this is not going to be me trying to get you into some lame pitch to like, oh, this is why you should join my mentorship or something like that. This is genuinely like what I do with people who are not in the same field as me. So I don't really, to be honest, interact with a whole lot of copywriters. I have one or two close friends that are really good at it and they have businesses. I interact with other people in different niches because I think there are a lot of parallels in business. So someone might run like a furniture company and I get to learn about like their operations and how they approach things and how they do things, because if you're competing, okay, if I'm competing, so this YouTube channel, for example, would compete, if it's a business, if you looked at it as a business and it has competitors, it would compete with the other channels that teach copywriting. Now, if these guys are if all they do, which I know a lot of people do in online business, is they just look at their competitor, what's he doing? Because it's just the easiest way to copy or like try and just know what he's doing. If he's making a bit of money, I must copy him, right? I'm not going to be useful, but it's very important to study other people who are in different parts of life, because you'll learn things and you'll be able to bring things to your market that most people won't be able to. Like something that typically happens here in Ireland is a guy will go off in his 20s. I know a guy who did this, and he went off to America and he saw these like healthy juice companies that would sell like smoothies and shit like that. And he's like, wait, why don't we have any of these in Ireland? So he didn't have any. So he took that home, took that business and implemented it into the local town and made a shitload of money. Like still open 15 years later, doing really, really well. And what he did there was he went to a different environment where his competitors, like other local startup businesses, weren't going to be. He went to America and he studied like what's working here. And this is a fairly typical thing that happens in Ireland, probably in other countries as well, where they see like America, and like I noticed it in Dubai a lot as well. It is like in the future. It is like everything's fast. They've got the best operations. Everything is like running like clockwork, and they have things that you wouldn't even imagine, like people delivering shit to your door, like handing you your, like let's say you order a takeaway, they just hand you to your door, which is crazy to me because where I live, it's like you can't even get delivery to where I live in Ireland. And so a lot of people will learn from going to other countries. And so this is something you should do in online business. You should study different types of businesses, and not even people in business, like athletes. I study athletes a lot to see how they operate as human beings, because I'm essentially an athlete. If I looked at what I did and I took it professionally, I consider it an athletic performance. However, it is not in running or lifting weights. This is in decision making. How do you make decisions? How do you judge things? How do you operate on a daily basis? So if I look at an athlete, I can take a lot away from him. I can look at how he eats, how he sleeps, and then I can apply those high performance metrics from his health side of things to my business, to me, because then it makes me a better operator on a daily basis. So let's just get into this. The problem with me going off the cuff is that I probably say some of the shit that's already on the PowerPoint, and I took ages to put these PowerPoints together, and I'm probably gonna spell it, but I don't think I have. I think I've got a lot of shit in here. I do have a lot of shit in here. So there's a much faster way. Study people who've done exactly what you want to do. Every successful entrepreneur, every billionaire, athlete, musician has already solved the problems you're facing right now. So guarantee, like, if you're starting copywriting, the only problems you need to solve are the ones that are specific to your specific business. And that's why you will get paid. But in general, most problems have been solved by other people. So you can study and learn from other people on how to fix those things. So why waste your time guessing when the answer already exists? Some people just try and do everything by themselves. It's really stupid. This is why I know I have a coaching program, but like I can't recommend it enough. It's just a natural thing that I would tell you to do. Even if you don't work with me, you should work with me. But if you don't work with me, get coached by somebody who's competent, like who's really sick at running businesses and you believe is truthful, is not full of shit, and isn't going to just give you like the easy answer all the time. They give you like the hard truth. You wouldn't try and build a rocket from scratch, right? Elon Musk already figured that out. You wouldn't try discovering electricity. Somebody already did that. And most people start their business without studying the greats who have solved their exact problems years ago. It's really stupid. If you want rapid growth, you need to study the greats, and this means in anything. Pick a few top performers in your field or in other fields. Read their books, watch their interviews, listen to podcasts, see how they think, make decisions, and structure their lives. Look at how they approach problems. This is a really good one. I think I mentioned it in an earlier lesson about Kobe Bryant and how he looked at failure. Kobe Bryant, big basketball player that died, and how he looked at failure. He was like, I don't believe in it as a concept. And the girl was like, what do you mean you don't believe in it as a concept? And he said, like, I don't believe in failure, because if I do something and it doesn't work, I just try it the next day. I try it and try it and try it. I'm obsessed with learning about the game. He said he's not even obsessed with winning. He's obsessed with learning, because if you learn, you just get things right, and then when you get them wrong, you're like, why did I get it wrong? Improve, improve, improve. So if you apply a mindset like that to business, you'll of course succeed, because you're obsessed with learning and getting things right. And money is just a metric that you can measure your success off of, right? And people will often you'll always see rich people being like, they don't care about the money, or they just do this for impact or whatever. And I used to think that was complete bullshit. And I think some people still are bullshitting, but I think I started to understand it as I've gotten older, because I've, I know I'm off the cuff here, by the way, but you know what you're signing up for with me. But I know for a fact, I've worked for the last couple of years, and just working for money alone is pretty miserable. If that's all you want to do, is just maybe it won't be miserable for you. Some people love doing it. I met people throughout my travels who just wanted to make money at all costs, though, and their personal lives just went to hell. And that's not for me. I like to learn. And if you apply a mindset like that, if you apply a mindset of I want to try new businesses, or I want to try this or this, you'll really enjoy business a lot more. Anyway, notice the patterns in how people think. Successful people share similar habits, routines, and mindsets. I've met a lot of successful people in my time, and I noticed all of them share the same thing. Okay, this looks like a bit of a mess, and I have to apologize, because I put this together. I mean, there's like over 1,000 slides. So they all eat the same. They manage their time. They delegate. They handle setbacks. They all have these things that they do. It's like a general, they have an understanding of how to deal with things. They're not emotional. I think we talked about that earlier. It's funny coming to a small town, because you interact with people here, and how they deal with problems in a small town where they've never had to really, and I don't mean this as an insult, but they've never had to deal with shit that's really stressful and really big at scale shit, and they'll freak out because oh, the fridge won't turn on. Oh, you need to replace the plug. And it's like, oh, Jesus, oh, wow, I have to replace the plug. Oh my God. And it's like a 4-day episode of it's like a full mini series of stress and freaking out. When in reality, if that was me, I'd just be like, all right, we have to replace the plug. Just replace the plug. It's a plug. We'll get a new plug. Who gives a shit? It's a plug. So understand how to structure your days. None of this is hidden either. You can publicly study these people. Study people like Warren Buffett if you want to learn about money. Kobe Bryant, for example, if you want to learn about athletics and routine and all that stuff. Look at the absolute best performers in any industry, and look at how they do things. And it's usually not a very popular approach. They usually don't tell you things. You'll get all the follow your dreams, all that sort of shit. But if you follow people like me, or people who speak about things in an honest and direct way, you'll understand that there are difficult truths that you must understand with business. You have to work a lot sometimes. You have to work unsociable hours. But then when you do that, you build up leverage in your life. You save up money, and then you can work less as time goes on. But people just get into online business thinking they're going to work 3 hours a week from day one. It's bro, how are you going to provide value to people like that? Don't be you have to not be afraid to work a bit hard. So your job as an entrepreneur is simple. Find the patterns and copy them into your own life. You will still make mistakes, and don't be afraid of this. Everyone makes mistakes. I used to be a terrible guy for trying to do everything without messing anything up, and it's the stupidest thing ever, because you just end up wasting time. It's funny. You think, oh well, I know all of this stuff. You feel like you know it all, and then problems hit, and you're like, oh shit, I don't know how to deal with this, or I don't know how to do that. But it's fine. You'll develop a thick skin. But now it's guided trial and error based on strategies that already work. So you'll apply some guy's strategy. I was told a really good piece of advice by a guy who I pay for mentorship from, and he was like, I was basically in his mastermind thing, and he was telling me a certain strategy to go with um, for my business. And I'd be like, oh, but this guy says, or but Alex Ramosi says to do this and this. And he's like, just pick one person and like pay them for advice and just follow what they do. And then you can properly analyze how that person's decision making patterns and how that person's approach to business actually works and impacts you. Because you might get a lesson from an Alex Ramosi video, and the lesson is really generic. It's general to all businesses, and it might not specifically apply to you. Like even Alex Ramosi's approach to work. Alex Ramosi wants to work 100 hours a week, 200 hours a week. Most people don't want to do that. But if you just applied all of his thinking patterns because he's Alex Ramosi, you're going to get a life that maybe you don't want to live. Maybe you don't want to work 200 hours a week. I didn't get into business so I worked 24/7. I got into business so I had freedom. I was sick of working 24/7 and getting shit pay. I wanted to be able to be free, have some money, do some fun shit. And so you need to understand, like, whoever it is you want to emulate, follow some of their advice. And then if you can find someone who closely aligns with your vision of what you'd like out of life, you know, work with them, pay them money, pay them good money. It's well worth it. I'll tell you that for a fact. But yeah, instead of guessing wildly, you would start with a roadmap. If it worked for the best, it'll work for you. Honestly, just look for proof. Does this work? Okay, it does work. Okay, I'll do it. Boom. That is how you achieve rapid growth. Learn from the best, then execute aggressively, right? Be very aggressive. Just when you know, if you know something works, oh my God, just work your balls off at it. This is my approach to business. Is like, once you find out something that's working, it's making money, do a lot of it, because you don't know when the money's going to dry up in that business or whatever. So stop wasting time figuring shit out the hard way. It's really stupid. Stand on the shoulders of other people who've done this. The fastest path to massive success isn't reinventing the wheel. It is studying the greats, then doing exactly what they did. Next lesson. Laser focused productivity. So saying no to things. So I'm not going to cut out after this lesson. I'm gonna probably take a break after this lesson because your bro is still sick, but we're making it through. So this is really important. I want to give you another little anecdote, not an anecdote. It's a concept that I think teaches you something really well. So I'll get into this lesson. I'll not be spoiling this lesson. This is a sick lesson, by the way. But like, I watched this video a couple of years ago about how your mind is full of weeds. You know, like weeds that grow out of the ground in your garden, and you know they're not really meant to be there. You grew your garden, or your parents or whoever owns a garden. They want grass, they want a little bit of flowers, they want it looking nice. But then all of a sudden these weeds show up and they don't really give a shit about how nice your garden looks. They're just there to grow, you know, they just show up. And that's a lot like what happens in life. You will have a goal that you set, and as you pursue that goal, other things will try and come in to distract you from that goal. And they won't come in intentionally. A lot of it just comes in as a byproduct of what you're doing. So, for example, you might be trying to grow a business, right? Let me think about this. So, what are some of the weeds that come with growing a business? Well, especially in online marketing, this is why I tell you, just stay focused. Follow one person and stick with them and just do it. I'm not telling you it's me. I probably am the guy because I'm, you know, we're getting along here. But jokes aside, you will get into business and you'll be like, right, there's all these different components to setting up your own company, right? So you're going to have a way where you acquire clients, right? So you're a copywriter, you get clients, let's say you get them via Instagram, right? Someone's going to come along, you're going to see a nice shiny YouTube video the next day that's like, oh, here's how to get clients via LinkedIn. This is actually really sick. And then you're going to see another one that's like, here's how to get clients with Upwork. And you're going to get one that's like Facebook. You know, these are just examples. Like, I'm not going to say any of these are good or bad. I'm just saying you'll have one thing that you're doing and you're trying to figure out how to make it work. You have to actually see it through. So like if you try Instagram, something called shiny object syndrome happens. If you are trying to get clients and you're reaching out on a certain platform, it starts to get a little bit more difficult. You'll find, oh shit, this is actually like a little bit boring. You know, the videos you watched by that guy who told you it was going to be super easy to get a client by just sending 50 DMs, you know, it hasn't happened yet. And it can happen. You will get clients if you reach out to people. It's just like how you get clients. But you have to be willing to suffer through a bit of pain to do it. You're going to get a lot of no's before you get a yes, right? If you just got a yes straight away, I mean, it sets an unrealistic expectation for business and how business works. You just have to business is basically just fighting through no's every single day and fighting against decline, right? So I'm going to stop getting sidetracked, right? So you go for Instagram and then all these other things pop up, and these are essentially weeds in your mind, because your mind is like, okay, we need to do Instagram, so we've got this little plant that we're growing, this little plant pot, right? And you've got this little plant, and you're like, right, this is my Instagram, this is me getting clients, starting to grow little leaves. You're like, oh shit, I'm starting to get some clients here. Then all of a sudden, oh, LinkedIn, Upwork, this bullshit. All these different guys telling you different ways to do things, and because you're starting to have a success, maybe you're talking to other people around you, and maybe it's not even specifically about Instagram then, it's about business. Oh, once your business starts to do well, once my business started doing well, everyone's like, oh, you should get into crypto, bro. You should get into, invest in this shit, or start this business now, or do lifestyle content. That's one of the biggest fucking stupid things I ever did was spent loads of money on lifestyle content, which is just basically getting people to film you walking around and renting cars and shit like that. And I got some cool photos out of it. I got like a Cybertruck photos and shit, and it was quite cool. But it was a gigantic waste of money because it didn't help my customers. It wasn't making valuable content for people like you watching this video. And essentially I just wasted money and a lot of time and focus and energy, and like lots of shit was wasted on this thing, right? And that's because the weeds were growing in my mind. I should have been focused on just what I do, which is make valuable content on YouTube. And instead I started listening to what people around me told me because I was excited, things were going well. And I started to do this other bullshit. And then after a while, you've got your little plant there and all the weeds are going in. You stop even seeing what the main plant was, which for me was like YouTube on this business. And you start just thinking like lifestyle content, reels, bullshit. And you need to constantly rip out those weeds, right? So that's what we're going to cover in this lesson. Hopefully you enjoyed that. If you enjoyed that, leave a comment with the word, I don't think you can comment weeds. Leave a comment with something funny. What's a funny thing? I'll try and skip through here. I don't want to waste too much of your time. But comment your favorite flavor of, no, that's boring. Comment your favorite, your type of lady, a Latina, a blonde. I think it's funny, to be honest. Maybe you're a lady watching this. Hopefully I'm coming across well. Anyway, comment if you like big booty Latinas. Comment that, right? Be funny. People in the comments be like, what the fuck's big booty? Why is like 50 comments, big booty Latinas? But I think you'll laugh. I think it'll be so funny. If I'm walking around on like my phone and I just see like a notification, like 12 comments of big booty Latinas, I'll like your comment. Most beginners think about productivity and they think it's just about doing more. This is a fucking big poison, right? They watch videos on productivity hacks, morning routines, and time management. This book, fucking the amount of people that tell me like, oh, you need this journal, you need this book, you need this thing. You know what I don't need? All this fucking bullshit. I need to get up and do the shit that I need to do, right? I need to get up today. I have to work on this video. What did I do? I got out of bed, I brushed my teeth, got in the shower, and I came right in here and I sat down and started recording this video because all of that other shit might be good for a YouTube video, but to me, it's bullshit, right? You can make a plan once, but like realistically, you just gotta get down and do the work. Billionaires, however, see productivity quite differently. They understand one simple truth. Real productivity is about doing less, not more. Every day your brain has limited energy and attention. Every little decision or distraction drains some of that energy. I wear pretty much the same clothes every day because I don't want to get up and think about, oh, should I wear this t-shirt or should I wear this t-shirt? It's a t-shirt. Who gives a shit? Just wear the same one every day. It's fine. Wash it. Have a couple of the same t-shirt. It's fine. Honestly, don't waste your time on stupid decisions. The more you say yes, even there's another thing. I used to post Instagram stories for some reason. I don't know why. I used to post Instagram stories like just on a personal Instagram and just the shit that I was doing. And then I was like, what the fuck am I doing? Like I'm trying to build my businesses here. I'm trying to, there's things I'm optimizing for in life, and like posting Instagram stories is only wasting time for me pushing towards those things. So the more you say yes, the weaker your focus becomes. That is why billionaires say no constantly. Warren Buffett says the difference between successful people and really successful people is that really successful people say no to almost everything. Why? Because every yes to something pointless is a no to something important. I will repeat. Every yes to something pointless is a no to what's important. If you don't sacrifice for your goals, your goal will become the sacrifice. So if you want to build a business, but you also want to play fantasy football, and you want to, I don't know, you want to become a professional tennis player, you want to become 3 other things, you want to do this and this and this, fucking forget about it. Everything else is going to sacrifice the thing that you want the most. You can only really do a couple of big things in life, and if you try and do a million things, like if you're a person who's starting a different business every day, I just promise you won't succeed. I promise you won't, because you're not like, if 2 of us are competing, right? And you start a business today, and I start a business today, and you stick at it for 3 weeks, and then you start a different one, and like you start back from zero again, but I stay at mine for like 6 weeks, who's going to be further ahead? Who's going to be more likely to be making more money? Me, because I'm staying focused, right? So just don't waste your energy and your focus, please. So that's a really important point. Saying yes to pointless meetings, emails, or distractions means saying no to deep work, creative thinking, and making money. So don't just jump on calls with random people that aren't going to help you. If you need to get on a call, I highly recommend you get a tool called Loom if you ever start to work, if you're working as a business owner, because a lot of people want to hang out in these like online communities and just talk shit. And like talking shit's okay, but if you're doing work hours and you're trying to get shit done, I'm not like sitting talking about the weather. Like, I'll talk to you about the weather later on, but right now I gotta make money. If you want real success, you have to protect your attention at all costs. This is something I wish I knew a couple of years ago. Billionaires do it in this way. They do not fill their calendars, they empty them. They block out distractions, they eliminate pointless meetings and tasks, they refuse opportunities that don't align with their actual goals, and they understand every decision has an opportunity cost, right? Wasting time on something low value means losing the chance to do something high value. So that's what opportunity costs. If you're doing something stupid, the more shit that you say yes to, the more opportunity you're losing out on with something that's more valuable. So like something that, what I highly recommend is like a period of monk mode, and this is difficult, and some people don't like it, some people do like it. It's worked for me very well in the past, where you pretty much don't go on nights out, you don't go socializing and drinking, which is a big thing in Ireland. You don't go like, you just basically say no to everything, and like the business or whatever it is you're trying to get good at becomes your life. And this is incredibly effective at just like accelerating the speed at which you succeed at something. So if you're trying to get in shape in the gym, instead of like, I don't believe in balance, like going out and drinking once a week and, you know, trying to operate the rest of the week, because I've always thought this, like if you are going out and drinking every weekend, right, while you're trying to achieve a big goal, you are basically sacrificing everything else you do because you want to have a few drinks and chill out. And it's really shitty, and you need to learn a healthy way to decompress at the end of the week. And the reason for that is, there are multiple costs that come with going on a night out and drinking if you're trying to achieve something. Cost number 1 is obviously you drink alcohol, so you're hungover. Cost number 2 is you spend some money on the alcohol, you go out and... Cost number 3, you spend time. And a hidden cost, number 4, which nobody thinks about, is the attention. You give attention to something that's coming up on a Saturday night. You're thinking about, oh, am I going to see this person out? Is this going to happen? Is he going to say something to me? How's this going to go? Hopefully we do this, blah, 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 blah. And then after it, you're like, oh, I can't believe I said this to this person. Oh, that was so cool. This was interesting, blah, 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 blah. And you're now thinking about it all week and the week after, and you're thinking about it at the time, and it takes your attention. Whereas if your attention was fully focused on one thing, which is your business, you would be applying a lot more of your attention to that thing, and you'd succeed at a higher level. So you need to be really brutal about saying no. Friends will ask you to hang out when you need to work. You gotta say no. Random business opportunities that don't align, this will come up 24/7. You gotta have your dialed in, your main thing. Don't say yes to every fucking bullshit opportunity, because they will come thick and fast. People are like, you should do this, you should do this, you should... Oh, like for me, I have one product right now that I sell. Maybe if you're looking in the future, I'll sell something else, but I'll be very calculated about the reason that I sell that thing. Like I'm thinking of selling a low ticket product, just like a PDF or some sort of mini course or something for like $50, right? But that'll be because like I want to provide a shit ton of value to you for a low price, and maybe you can't afford my main coaching. But right now I just sell one thing, and I've sold one thing for about 3 or 4 years in this business, right? In my freelance business, I work with clients, I do different shit for them. But for this business that I have my YouTube channel with, I just stick with one thing, because I could sell, I could start some school group, I could start this, I could start 50 other different little shitty businesses. But then I'm not optimizing or making any of them better, really. I'm trying to improve, like, it's a lot easier to improve one thing than it is to improve 5. So people who join my coaching program, like, you got to spend a bit of money. I won't lie, it's a couple of $1,000s to work with me and my team. But you get like the absolute best shit ever. Like, you get lifetime course access to our enormous course. You get coaching for a couple of months from us directly, one-to-one, every single day. You also get access to a community of other people who are all aligned on the same thing. And because I only sell one thing and I sell it at a good price, I'm able to take the money that we make and invest it into like purchasing people, like spending money on people who can come and spend time improving the product. So people can come in, I'll pay some guy, come in, teach this lesson about this thing, or teach someone else, hey, can you run calls every week? Can you help us with that? And because I just focus on one thing, I'm able to really improve that thing. Whereas if I had a shitty $99 school group as well, I'd be like, oh yeah, like I gotta improve this because these people are paying $99, but these people are also paying this much. So both people, who gets my attention? No, I just do one thing. And you need to do the same, right? No, you say no to things. Pointless content or notifications, yeah, you don't, absolutely fucking not. Like, you don't need to be watching bullshit content from like, I don't know, 14 ways to boost your LinkedIn profile. You don't need it. Saying no feels uncomfortable at first because you'll be excited to say yes to things. It's, again, remember what I said earlier. Spending money is fun and easy. Making money is hard and requires you to say no. If something's really, really easy, it's unlikely to be progressing you unless you're genuinely interested in something like creating content or working with clients. Some of that shit I find quite easy because I enjoy doing it. Some of it I find hard though. And saying no definitely feels hard because you're excited about doing different things. You want to try things. But it's the fastest path to massive results. Doing one thing is just guaranteed to at least help you focus on that one thing. If your goal is serious money, you need to be okay disappointing people. I mean, this is like, I shouldn't have to, if you're getting into a business, you're not getting in to run, I always had that phrase, I heard this phrase growing up whenever I worked in businesses. Like, I worked in a factory that was a really hard job, and you're basically peeling onions and shit like that, and like peeling carrots and all this shit. And the guy would come in, and if you're slow or if you're on your phone or something, he's like, yo, come on, we ain't running a fucking sweet shop here. You're not selling ice cream here. I used to actually work in an ice cream shop as well, but that's beside the point. But we ain't running a sweet shop. We are trying to do shit. It's hard, and you have to be able to disappoint people. You have to say no. No to plans, no to this, no, 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 no. You need to ignore distractions and stay relentlessly focused. Stop saying yes to bullshit, protect your attention, eliminate the noise. Say no to everything that doesn't move you closer to your goals. That is how billionaires stay laser focused. That is what you need to do if you want to dominate. And now we're going to get into the next lesson, which I will probably record after a quick break because your boy's voice is absolutely smashed. This one's going to be about systems thinking and how billionaires solve problems. So I will see you in that lesson. Okay, let's get into this lesson, systems thinking, how billionaires solve problems. Now, this is going to be one of the best lessons I think you'll ever learn in your life. If you apply it, if you really dig deep, I implore you to go out and learn more about what I talk to you about here, because some of these things, like this particular idea, is inspired by a video by Sam Ovens, who is an entrepreneur, and a couple of years ago he made a video on this, and I wanted to summarize this and add some of my own spin to it based off my real life experience. So most people approach problems the wrong way in life, right? And this goes for everything, big, small problems, right? They focus on a single piece and try to fix it in isolation. Billionaires don't think like that. They use systems thinking. This means looking at problems as part of a bigger picture. Everything is connected. Nothing happens in isolation. Think of a car, right? If the engine breaks, you don't just guess and start trying to replace random parts. You figure out how the fuel, engine, transmission, and wiring all interact. You probably become a mechanic. Realistically, you're a mechanic. And you'll start to look at all the things and be like, try and diagnose the problem first of all. Business is exactly the same. People try and fix a problem without understanding the entire system. Example, you cut customer support to boost your profits in the business, right? So let's relate this to freelance copywriting. Something that a lot of business owners do or copywriters do is they focus only on getting new clients. They don't focus on existing clients and how to get more money out of them, because it is easy to think like, okay, you get a big payment from a new client and then you don't do a very good job, or you don't go above and beyond for that person, and so now you have to go out and find a new client. And because look, there's plenty of businesses out there, you can always find new clients, but it's easier to retain an existing client and make more money from someone who's already paid you than it is to acquire a new client. But some people just want to go and do the absolute bare minimum for a client. And the people that I've paid the absolute most amount of money to in business over the last 5 or 6 years are people who go above and beyond, and they don't complain and they don't freak out. Like, I've worked with freelancers, I worked with people on my team for years. We have an absolutely great relationship. I love working with them, they love working with me. I don't take the piss with them. I don't try and get them to do like 100 different jobs, but like sometimes I'll ask them to do something, like let's say they're a freelancer on a retainer for me, and I'll just be like, yo, you're a little bit less busy this month with this thing. Are you able to help me out with this other thing? And because we have a good relationship, and because they value and understand that I can just continue to pay them consistently for a long time, they're going to want to work with me. They don't mind doing a little bit extra, because they know that if push came to shove and they needed a hand from me, I would do the same for them, right? And so if you were to imagine this, let's take like an e-commerce business, because it's an easy example for this systems thinking lesson, right? So if you cut customer support costs, so let's say you're paying for, I know some companies that are absolute dog shit at customer support. Like there's like platforms for like hosting your website and shit like that. And the ones that have good customer support, I've stayed with for a long time. And anyone with shit customer support, I immediately leave, because it has a huge like display of intention from that business. If they are not going to spend money on the customer support, which is the thing that I fucking use all the time, it's what I'm paying for, then why am I going to pay them? Because they clearly don't value me as a customer very much. And to give you an example of the biggest company on planet Earth, or one of the biggest companies, Amazon, they are like ruthlessly obsessed with the customer. If you've ever had a refund on anything on Amazon, it's the easiest thing ever. They don't even ask you to send the thing back. They barely even ask you to take a picture of the broken item or whatever it is, because they know that keeping customers happy will eventually make them a lot more money. If you cut customer support costs, right, to boost your profits in your business, your customers will end up pissed like me, right? And they will stop buying. Your revenue will crash. You fixed a small piece, right? So you save some money over here, you boost a little bit of profit for like a month, but most people think so short term. They don't think about the long term, and they don't think about the other parts of the business, or how one component in this business affects the other ones. And that's the danger of not thinking in systems. Everything affects everything. Billionaires will ask, what are the inputs and what are the outputs, right? What connects these parts and what are the feedback loops? So if you improve customer support, for this example, customers will get happier. Happier customers buy more. This makes you more profitable. They will also probably refer other customers to use your service. They'll give you a good brand reputation, and you'll start to get customers for free. Whereas before, maybe you had to pay to acquire each customer for your business, and now you have your own customers giving you free advertising, because you're actually good at what you do and you're making sure that they have a good experience. Like, I have run businesses for like 5 or 6 years, and I've been in the freelance space. I've worked with, on the consulting side of things as well, with huge companies and regular people. And I've also worked in this info space where I used to sell like a course, and then I didn't think a course was valuable enough. And instead of just like keeping it there and then selling coaching on the side, I just binned the course. I didn't bin it, like I added it into my main thing, and I just stopped selling the course as a standalone. And I'd probably turn down so much money. in people who want to only spend like 500, they only want to get a course from me, right? They don't want the coaching or whatever. But I don't want that money, because I want you to get a sick service. I know what we sell is good. And I know that if we make our thing the absolute best it can be, and we don't, it's kind of like selling an iPhone. Like Apple doesn't sell like a shit version of an iPhone to like scoop up a lower like type of customer. They just sell their one thing that's really good, and I take it the same. I take the same approach, right? Now you can reinvest in your product once you've got more profit because you're getting customers now for free. It's a loop, right? Good actions reinforce good outcomes. This is also another thing I want to briefly touch on while I have you here, is second order consequences, right? So I can give you a really good example of this in terms of eating and diet. So I take my diet pretty seriously. I'm into the gym. If you watch my videos from like 3 or 4 years ago, whenever I was in burnout mode, I was just like obsessed with online business. I didn't care about my health. I didn't realize that you could work a lot of hours on your business and also eat healthily. I just ate takeaways and shit like that. I justified it to myself, right? But to explain second order consequences, I'll just talk about like diet decisions, dietary decisions on a daily basis, right? So I get cravings like anybody else for shitty foods, like a chocolate bar. Now, there is the first order consequence of eating a chocolate bar. I eat excess calories that I don't need. I eat sugar, which is going to probably rot my teeth a little bit over time. I spend the money on the chocolate bar, which I don't need to spend. That is not a major problem. But these are basically the first order consequences. These are the things that you think about first. It's like, okay, clearly this is the effect. But you don't think about the second order consequences or the third order consequences, which is if I eat that chocolate bar with sugar in it, sugar is an addictive substance and it's going to make me want to eat another chocolate bar. And I mean, the same thing goes for like sleeping. If I get a bad night's sleep, that will trigger more cravings the next day. You eat worse food. So if I get a bad night's sleep, the next day I start eating worse food, then my sleep is actually affected, my quality of sleep is affected by the shitty food that I ate that day. And then I get shitty sleep again. And over time, you can really just deteriorate your health by not being absolutely diligent about getting good sleep and eating good diet and training and stuff like that, right? And so there are second order consequences to your decisions. And it's really important that I again would implore you to watch a Sam Ovens video about this, because he'll explain it in a lot more detail than I am, because I've got like 500 more slides to go, or I don't know how many more. And thinking in systems and understanding how different components affect each other. Like another thing. I know I'm just going off the cuff tonight, right? But whenever I get into business, right, all I wanted to do was make money, because I was just poor and I had no money, and I was like, I will not live poor anymore. That will just not happen. I didn't even give a shit about like having like a big mansion or anything like that. I didn't grow up in an expensive area. Literally, I have the lowest expectations ever for life. I can live a fairly frugal life if I want to, and I'll just be like, this is fine. I don't really give a fuck. I'm used to it. Fuck it. You know what I mean? But like I used to work all the time, and I started to make a shit ton of money. Multiple different businesses. I had fucking all this money coming in. I didn't really know how to manage it all at the same time as well, because you're just like learning everything at once. And then you start to prioritize things in your life. And like, as you get through your 20s, you start thinking about like relationships, and you start thinking about money. You think about traveling. I want to go traveling. You think about your social circle. You want to have friends. And what I notice in a lot of people, especially when I travel to places like Dubai, where there's a lot of ambition, I see that people only seem to prioritize money, and they don't understand that the other components of life could actually allow you to make more money. So an example of this is a bit of a crass example, but imagine you were just obsessed with money, you didn't do anything else. Basically what happens is the money pot gets filled up, right? But every other part of your life is empty and it's really lacking. So what do you try and do if you're so obsessed with money? And I've seen this in person. This isn't in Dubai, by the way. This is in other places I've seen this. You'll basically see someone who's a bag of money and completely empty life in other places, and they will try and fix the other problems with money. So they'll try and date people and use their money to attract people. I've never seen a more fucking stupid thing in my life than a guy who is making money and he's trying to entice a girl with his money. So he'll wear like a, there's nothing wrong with a nice watch, but he'll like, he'll like make it his whole personality. He'll have a watch, he'll talk about money, he'll talk about everything. It's just like, fucking hell, bro. Do you not understand? Like, you're going to attract the wrong type of person. You will attract someone into your life who values money, and that person, you might attract a gold digger, right? So you might make a fuckload of money here, but because you haven't looked at the other parts of building a fulfilling life, you might attract someone in here who ends up taking half of this shit, right? So what you find is, if you have someone who has a fulfilling life and, like, say they have a family, over the long term, because they're just happier as a person and they don't need to fill every part of their fucking life with money, they're able to make more money. Like, you can have two people who are both obsessed with money, but one of them actually takes care of his other shit. But if this guy's not looking at the other components and he only looks at like, yeah, but I need more money. I can meet someone, but yeah, I need more money. If you only look at one component, you will seriously fuck up the system. So that's my point, right? I could have probably articulated that better, but I didn't. That's a feedback loop, right? So back to our little fucking example here about the e-commerce business. Good actions reinforce good outcomes. That is a feedback loop, right? They also think bigger. Your business isn't in a vacuum. It is impacted by the economy, trends, and competition, and ignoring reality is how businesses die. Billionaires make systems that survive chaos. So, what is the point of what I'm talking about here? Stop fixing isolated issues. Start thinking like a billionaire. Zoom out. See the system, make decisions that actually solve problems, and that is how you build a business that doesn't break. That's how you make moves that actually grow your income, right? And before we go on to the next section, I kind of just want to wrap up on that with the business thing, right? So a couple of slides ago, there was something I want to pull back on here, right? Billionaires make systems that survive chaos. So this also applies to skills, right? So you may be a young person right now, or I don't know what age you are, right? It doesn't fucking matter. If you want to get into business, you cannot see it as like a way for you to just make money now. Okay, you can't just look at it as like, I can make 100K this year or 10K a month, right? People are so fucking short-sighted. Obviously, that is going to be your first priority. Like, my first priority was just make 10K in the bank, not 10K a month. I didn't even fucking possibly foresee that I could make 10K a month. I was just like, just get 10K in your bank account, and then you're not going to be skint anymore. At least you can just chill a little bit, and you don't have to drink 3-pound bottles of cider. But like, as I started to make more money, I got really, really fucking good advice from people. Like, I listened to Sam Ovens, who was fucking giving me some of the best advice I've ever heard in my life. And a lot of it's about like long-term thinking. And I realized that like, oh shit, all these different factors play into how my business is going to perform over the next couple of years. So what I mean is, if I get into this info business, which I'm in right now, which like that's me teaching you information, some of you might buy the coaching from me, that's the business, right? And if I'm in that, I need to start looking at all of the different components, like what makes an excellent information business. Well, firstly, I am the sole driver of that business, so I need to look at like, what are the components of me making this business a success? I need to be healthy for many, many reasons. Primarily the fact that it will allow me to actually work efficiently, because if I'm a big fat slob, I'm not going to get much work done. Also the fact that like, something that most people don't realize is like, looking good on camera is really important, right? And this is something I didn't realize at the start, and if you look back at my old videos, you'll see that I didn't realize this. If you look at someone like Iman Gadzhi, for example, right? Love him or hate him, I don't give a fuck. I'm just using him as an example. The guy is in tremendous shape, and he is a good-looking guy, clearly. No homo. But he understands that looking good on camera is important, because you are like the figurehead for the business. So he has like different info products and shit that he sells. He's loads of different brands or whatever the fuck he does now. But he understands that like, you have to be an attractive person on camera, because people are drawn to that, and you're more likely to get attention because people will watch you, because they're like, this guy is clearly takes care of himself. He looks good. I like to watch something that visually looks appealing to me. Whereas if Iman Gadzhi was like morbidly obese, sitting on his computer being like, hey guy, like, you know, just type in like how to make money and then filter by new, don't filter by views on YouTube, and you'll see like just random people that upload videos about how to make money, and you see the average person, a fucking idiot, and they don't know how to like present themselves. And this is like hilarious to me that people don't realize that they're making content. They're making content for people to purchase shit from them, and they don't put any effort into their appearance or how they come across on camera here. I'm aware of like a really basic setup. I have that for a reason, because I'm like, I could make some fucking gigantic setup here, but I want you to understand that I just have a fucking raw setup here. I know I'm going really off the cuff, by the way, but I prioritize like you're looking at this through a really good camera. I have a good light. Hopefully the mic isn't too bad, and I just want to make sure that like if you're going to watch my content, you're going to enjoy visually at least what you see. But some people don't realize that. So whenever I started to grow my business, I realized that okay, like being in physically good shape, I used to think like, yeah, but it takes so much time and I can't work on the business. But some things have outsized returns. So like if you are more attractive on camera and more people want to watch you, yeah, it might take you like 2 or 3 hours a day in gym and all that sort of shit, right? And if we take away all the other benefits, imagine this was the only benefit. Imagine that like looking good on camera is the only benefit you get from the gym. Yeah, it costs 2 or 3 hours per day, but you look better, so you might get like an upsized return. You might get 1 million views over 500,000 because you look way better. And I can tell you this actually applies. Like I've worked with some enormous companies. I've actually worked with TikTok directly as like they were a client of mine. And one thing I learned that's now public, you know, it wasn't, I don't think it was public at the time, but they were basically like, the more attractive a person is, like physically attractive, and the more asymmetrical their face, all that sort of shit, the more views they get. Not just because like people respond to that more, but just the algorithm favors that. The algorithm analyzes your face and can see like the more attractive you are. And then obviously people are behind the algorithm as well. There's people watching the videos. If you see someone come up on your For You page and they're more attractive, you're just more likely to pay attention to them. So that is one example of how a component part of a system, which if I looked at it in isolation, that 2 or 3 hours per day is going to waste my time. If I'd have looked at that and just said, no, fuck it, I'm not paying 2 or 3 hours a day, what's the benefit? Then I wouldn't have understood the system as a whole, like how that benefited the system as a whole, right? So that's how you can look at systems thinking, and that's just one example, and I would implore you to watch those videos I talked about earlier. Right, we've got our last, I'm pretty sure this is the last section of the entrepreneur mindset section. Use AI to do boring shit. Now, this is a very recent one. This is something I personally love, right? I fucking love this because I've run businesses for a couple of years and I have done the grind work myself. And I can tell you that it's going to be a lot fucking easier for me to, if I get into like gorilla obsessed mode, it's going to be a lot easier for me to make the amount of money I made a couple of years ago, or make more money than that, or work less, because I can use AI now to do the shit that it used to take me. So if you're someone who has a good work ethic and you combine that with AI, and that's something we really focus on in our mentorship, by the way, which I highly recommend you join. If you're someone who has a good work ethic and you can use AI, you can fucking destroy like 90% of these freelancers, because most of them don't, like, the thing that most people miss is the work ethic. It's just, they're not even committed to, like, most people are not even committed to like joining a mentorship or like actually taking shit seriously. They'll just try and do everything for free on YouTube, or they won't even put the work in. Like they'll watch videos on YouTube and they won't start anything. Or it grates me. Let's just get into the fucking lesson, right? Here is something that took me way too long to learn. You don't have to waste your life doing boring shit that you hate. I used to do every single part of my business as a freelancer. I'd do all of the outreach. I'd make content to get clients as well. I'd obviously fulfill all the work myself. And then I started to make YouTube videos for free, and I didn't see it as a business. I thought I was going to make some ad revenue, which is literally the reason I did it. And I used to edit. I used to produce the slideshows. I used to, what the fuck else did I do? I obviously filmed it, and I'd do all the tags, all that shit. And like now with AI, you don't have to do like half that shit. Like the editing for me now is like ridiculously more fast than it used to be. I can produce these slideshows much quicker because I can basically I can put my brain on and I can write out all the lessons, and then I can get ChatGPT to put it into slideshows for me. And that way I'm able to produce at a higher level. I have to understand like what are the key components of the business that produce money and produce income. And for this business particularly, I make content and some people join. So I want to make as much content as I can. This is the most important part of this business. And so you don't have to waste your life doing stupid shit. And I implore you to be lazy as possible, right? Have a good work ethic, but like, what was that? Steve Jobs. It was like Bill Gates. He's like, I will employ a lazy developer over a hardworking one, or some shit like that. Because he's like, the lazy one will find a quicker way around it, which is important. Everyone has strengths. Everyone has weaknesses. And everyone has tasks they just don't want to do. For me, that's spreadsheets and finances. I mean, find me a human being on this earth that enjoys finance and spreadsheets. I mean, I'm sure there actually are. I have some friends that are into stuff like that. If you're watching this video and you enjoy spreadsheets and finances, no harm intended. I just fucking despise that shit. I ain't gonna sit on a Google sheet. It doesn't inspire me. But some people actually like that shit. Like some people like building Lego for them or whatever the fuck it is. But I personally hate that stuff. Now they would also, some people would absolutely despise making videos. I have friends that are like, oh Jesus man, like I know that if I make some content, I'll really grow the business. I'm just like, well, just make some fucking content. And they're like, no, I don't want to. I just can't bring myself to do it. I'm like, but you're sitting down and recording a fucking video. Like, who gives a shit? So for me, anyway, that's spreadsheets and finances. I'm not bad at them. I just can't be fucked spending hours on numbers. But you can't ignore this stuff either. If I ignore finances or taxes completely, eventually I'll get screwed. You're running a business. You have to understand there are all these different things. The tax man's got to get his cut. The customers have to get what they paid for. This guy has to be paid. This guy has to be paid. You take your money at the end of everything. And if you start ignoring these things, you know you're not going to last in business. So anyone that's been in business for a couple of years, I respect more, because I just think like they have dealt with some amount of shit, because that's all business is dealing with bullshit. Now, what is the solution to not doing these fucking boring things that you don't want to do, right? Because I used to procrastinate, right? But I let AI do the boring shit. That's the secret. Pretty obvious secret there by the title. I use tools like ChatGPT to handle everything from calculating profit to financial projections. So I will tell it like, this is how much money this business is making. Even if I'm working with a client, I'm like, this is their ROAS or whatever in their ads. And I can basically just dump a shitload of information on it and be like, ask it direct questions that I couldn't otherwise just ask to the screen. So I get to basically just have this large language model that can just do a load of shit for me that it allows you to simplify things, because as a business owner, you have to keep things as simple as possible. You have to be able to ask questions and get a simple answer. You don't want to, you only have so much brain space, and you only get paid by how many problems you solve and how fast you move. And so if you can use something like this to speed up all of your operations, fucking sick, man. You're going to move 100 times faster. And all of the big business owners I know now interact with AI pretty much all day. That's pretty much all they do, because it allows them to move so much faster. I'm talking people with like millions and millions of liquid profit cash per year in their business. They don't even have huge teams. There's one guy with a huge team, and there's one guy I know who is a really small team of like 3 people. He makes millions a year because he uses AI, and he understands how he understands how to interact with it. He knows what work he has to do, and then he gets AI to help him with the other shit, right? And I'm able to use AI to make more money, and I teach my students to use AI to make more money. So stuff that would take me hours now takes seconds. It's like having a 24/7 assistant who never sleeps, never complains, and works for free. That's $20 a month, and it saves me a shit ton of time. But more importantly, it lets me double down on what I'm actually good at, like copywriting and building my business. So the skills, the things that AI can't replace, and the things that are valuable and bring in cash, those are the non-negotiables that you have to do every single day in your business. And if you're a freelance copywriter, we're going to get into all this shit later, but your most important tasks are going to be writing copy and getting clients. That's pretty much it. You don't worry about all this other bullshit, and now AI can help you do a lot of it much faster. That is the point of being an entrepreneur. It's doubling down what you're good at, making sure all the other shit is handled. You do what you're best at, you delegate the rest. If you don't have a team yet, guess what? AI is your fucking team. It's basically your employee. It is a multi-skilled employee. It's not perfect. It can't do fucking everything, but it can do quite a lot of shit, right? So if you hate spreadsheets, taxes, editing, or whatever else makes you want to quit, just automate it. Let AI handle it. Don't also is a caveat point that I haven't written in here. Don't get too into it. Like, don't use it all day. Don't get it to do something. Like, how do I explain this? I remember watching, I was in a mastermind, and it was Sam Ovens' mastermind. He paid a lot of money to get access to these tapes. And basically, he talked about how he used to have like a personal trainer and a chef that lived with him or nearby him or whatever the fuck. And he had basically got it so it was like, all my meals are prepped. This guy trains with me every day. I'm healthy and blah, blah, blah. And then he, a couple of years later, said like, I basically find myself managing two human beings and having to deal with all that bullshit. So now I just have like a meal prep company and I go for walks. And it's like, same fucking result, way less stress. So with AI, people have a tendency to rely too much on it to do things that they could have done themselves quicker. And you have to be able to make that distinction of like, is it going to be faster to get AI to do this, or is it just faster for me to do it? And we will reach a point where AI can do a lot more shit. But right now, where we're currently at, you know, you need to understand like everything is a cost. Your time is a cost, right? You don't get bonus points for suffering though. So don't like stress. AI is so powerful now that like, if you're not using it and you're trying to start a business, I don't know what you're doing. You get bonus points for results. Smart people delegate. Smarter people delegate to AI. It is faster, cheaper, and easier than hiring people. Use it. It is not lazy. It is smart business. I implore you to be lazy as fuck, right? And that is the end of this section. So hopefully you've enjoyed this entrepreneur mindset section. The next section is going to be about copywriting mindset and some shit that you need to understand as you start to write copy. Hopefully you've enjoyed it so far. If you've enjoyed it so far, comment a TV show that you fucking love. And you can just say something funny. You can tell me something funny. Comment a TV show that you love and why you love it. Okay, welcome to the copywriting mindset section. Now, if you've just skipped to this part, you won't have watched the previous one. And if you didn't watch the previous one, you need to go back and watch it, because all of the rest of this course will be completely irrelevant to you if you don't know how to operate as a business owner. But copywriting mindset, I'm no longer sick. I decided to take a few days because I didn't want the entire course to just be me talking like this because I was sick a few days ago. So, first lesson. Most beginners fail at copywriting for one simple reason. Can you guess what it is? You probably won't be able to. 3, 2, 1. They're scared of selling. So you would probably never think this like consciously, but subconsciously a lot of people are actually scared of selling because they don't want to come across like they don't know how to pitch themselves, and they don't know how to pitch things, and they're also afraid that if they sell something and it doesn't work, or if people they know see them selling stuff, that they're going to assume that they're ripping people off, or that they're selling some dog shit, because typically people around you will be skeptical if you start an online business. So let me just get into this lesson because I've got a couple of points I want to make. So let me just save you some time. If you want to get paid as a copywriter, you have to kill the fear of selling, right? And even though you might think that you don't have a fear of selling, a lot of people do when they start out. I could end this lesson here, but I want to break it down. So you don't sell, you let people buy. And the first thing you should do is stop calling it selling, right? That word gives people anxiety. They picture a desperate salesman trying to take your money. You have to come at this, you have to look at this as when you're selling something, because you are selling something realistically. When you're selling something, you're not like actively forcing it down people's throats. You want to confidently position your product as a solution to their problem, right? And if you sound like you're trying to constantly flog some shitty product to people, you're not going to feel great about it. So you generally want to understand how your product solves a problem for the customer. And if it doesn't solve a problem, then you need to find a product that does. So if you're working with a client that sells absolute dog shit, then you probably shouldn't work with them, even if they're paying you money. Because you'll probably feel like shit if you do. I have went to conferences with other copywriters, and
the stuff I sell, like I'll generally, whenever it's written for clients, it was like skincare stuff. It was like typically stuff that, like just general stuff that you would buy online. Or even if it was services or info products. If it was my own stuff, I generally only ever sell my own info products because I only trust my own judgment. I know what I sell works, and I know the experience and the results behind what I sell. I usually get case studies and stuff before I sell anything. And I've met people at conferences and they're selling stuff for their clients that's like a cure to cancer and shit like that. Like, I'm not joking. People will sell water as a cure to cancer, like some fancy bullshit water. And I would never ever sell that. I just literally couldn't. I don't care how much the money is. I don't need the money. I ain't selling that shit. So never sell dog shit, basically, is my thing. Even if you get offered it, I just wouldn't do it. You need to have some integrity. That's not what we do. We don't do bullshit sales. We do clear, honest, ethical sales. You're not forcing anyone to buy. You're offering a chance to solve their problem. If you force feed shit products to people online, your reputation will follow you. If you're selling dog shit, if you're forcing it down people's throats, you'll immediately get called out. Like, I say this all the time. If they buy, great. If they don't, whatever. We move on to the next person. You're not begging. You're not desperate. And you definitely don't need their money. This mindset is literally everything. Desperation will kill your sales. Neediness is the enemy. This is like something I learned a lesson from a guy called Ben Settle, who is a really good copywriter. And he used to say, like, neediness will... Sorry, this chair is fucking very loud. Neediness will repel people more than anything else. So imagine you went on a first date with someone and the whole time you're going, hey, how are you? Oh, that's so cool. Oh, amazing. Oh, and you did this? Oh, wow. Whereas, like, if you just play it cool and be a little bit more normal, the person will understand. Because if you're needy, it demonstrates to you that, like, if someone else is needy towards you, it demonstrates to you that, like, this person will pretty much do anything I ask them, or like they'll be happy with anything, and you just feel like there's no game, there's no joy in like talking to this person. Like, no one likes a lick ass. If someone's like, or like a brown nose, as some people call it. So if someone's licking people's ass for like, just in general, you see this at these business conferences. They're all like, oh yeah, I was with this guy and we got a photo, and they'll like absolutely brown nose some guy, and I'm just like, oh, you come across so needy. Like, you can't come across needy. You just position yourself as who you are. You're the man, and people will come to you. Whereas if you position yourself as like super friendly, over the top, there's nothing wrong with being friendly and like starting conversations. You have to network with people, but don't be like overly desperate, and don't be like, it's a bit weird if someone's like, oh, I watch all your videos. I love your stuff. And it's like, come on, you don't want to be like that guy. No one buys from someone who's desperate, especially, right? If you're selling and you're really desperate to, let's say, like sell a product, people can just tell and they won't buy. Because they think, like, why does this guy need to sell it so hard? If it's so good, like, it'll sell itself, surely. Or, if he's confident, it'll come across. And it's the same in dating. I've just talked about that. Desperation repels, confidence attracts. If your product is good, you don't chase people. They will chase you. Confidence closes deals. Selling something good is ethical. This is another point I want to make. Right? The reason people hate selling is because they think it's slimy. And like, as I said in the earlier example, a lot of people sell absolute dog shit, right? And that is slimy. But if you're pushing these shitty products, like, that's just gonna happen. If your product actually helps people, like if your product has a track record of getting results, like, what do I sell in this video? Throughout the video, I'll mention my Apex copywriting program, right? Whenever I started selling my first ever copywriting course a couple of years ago, I sold it for like $200 or $300, and I only did it because I was making all these videos and people wanted like more tactical videos, and I was like, if I put those up, like, they're going to be really boring and they won't get any views and they might hurt my channel. So I just didn't want to do that. So I like packaged up like all the boring stuff and put it into a course, and people bought that, right? And then like I never ever raised the price until I started getting results, because then I could back up why I was raising it. It was like, well, like, got this person results, and then when I did that, like, it made more sense. And so I have no problem pitching my one-to-one coaching program because it just works like for years. It just repeatedly, we've gotten results, people from every part of the world. I know that this system works and we can teach people how to make money with copywriting. And so I have no problem selling that. And I don't feel I come across as desperate. I'm just like, yo, if you want to get results, like literally just look at our website. We have results there. You know what I mean? I'm not like, yo, you should really join. Like, we would love to have you in. Oh, God, like, the whole gang would love to see you in there. It's like, that's desperation. So if your product actually helps, selling is the right thing to do. It gives people structure, clarity, and results. And this course, for example, like this free course, solves a real problem. You need to learn copywriting. You need to learn this stuff about like how to run a business. And this gives it to you. It's free. You were sold on this by the title and thumbnail, I would imagine, and the intro. And I was happy to sell what I was selling in this video because I know that this is like the most valuable shit of all time. And if you've watched so far, if you watch the Entrepreneur Mindset, you'll know that shit because it's probably stuff you've never ever seen anyone talk about. So not selling it would be unethical. You'd be holding back something that could actually help people. So if I held that information back, I would just be dishonest to my audience, and I don't want to do that. So I have no problem in promoting something that I feel is actually going to benefit people. You see the shift, right? Selling becomes a duty when your offer is genuinely helpful. You have a duty to the people that you are selling to sell it to them. And I feel like that with this YouTube channel. Even though I'm creating information and you're not spending your money on these videos, you're spending your time, I need to make sure that they're actually valuable, because if I'm going to try and get your attention, try and buy your attention, I need to make sure that you're getting something out of it. And for what I give you, I feel like the time is worthwhile, right? So if you don't sell it, they don't benefit from it. And if you believe in what you sell, you should sell to as many people as humanly possible, right? So sell it. Sell it confidently and help people while you get paid. Next lesson, unlearn what you've been taught. Now, this is going to be an interesting one because I imagine if you're watching this video, you've been educated, right? Otherwise, you probably couldn't have got to the first slide. Learning copywriting is hard for most beginners because schools fill your head with total bullshit. Honestly, the way schools teach writing is bullshit, because it's just like they teach you how to do all this fucking like you're writing these things like juxtaposition, you know, like they'll throw these like random words at you that, like, have you ever like sat down and read like a scholarly article in your entire life? Probably not, because it's been written by some guy who writes this shit that they teach you in school, right? They train you to obsess over useless grammar rules instead of teaching you how to write words that will actually put money in your bank account, right? And so you have to completely unlearn what you've been taught in school, the way you've been taught to write. Everything has to be perfect. Everything has to follow a clear structure. This paragraph, indent, this. Writing to sell is not like that at all. Writing to sell is, how visually does this look? How does it read? Is it actually interesting to someone? And does it convince them to take an action? Because that's a hard thing to do for, like, if you've never written copy before. And if you write like you were to write in school, you would just never close anyone. That's just a fact. Because school teaches you how to impress teachers. And let me ask you something. Who the fuck gives a fuck about impressing teachers? Nobody. Like, I don't care. I remember sitting in my class, right, bored out of my mind, learning pointless grammar rules from teachers who have never sold anything in their lives. Teachers are teachers. Their job is to teach the curriculum, not how to make money. Now, I'm not shitting on teachers. Teachers are great, right? They have to teach you shit. You have to learn how to, you have to learn the basics, right? I wouldn't be here if I didn't have teachers. But when it comes to making money, what they teach is not aligned with that goal. What they teach is to teach you and educate you on the basics of the English language, right? Whereas what we're teaching you to do here is make money with how you write. And so you have to learn a different way. And copywriting is never taught in schools. You have to learn it. I just learned it by literally watching YouTube videos and writing books and buying all this shit online. And I didn't even think, it felt so sketchy because I didn't know. I was like, oh man, like there's no registered institute for copywriting. Like, how do I make sure what I'm learning is good? But then you put it into practice and you actually start writing for people and you make money and you're like, well, this is the proof that it works. You know what I mean? Because like schools benefit from having this like institute of university, or, like I went to university, I have to pay student loans, and I was like, £40,000, like $50,000. And I look back and literally not a fucking thing I've ever learned from university has come into my life. Like, it was the biggest waste of money I have ever fucking spent. Like, our copywriting coaching program is about 10 times less of an investment than that. And I guarantee it will make you more than that if you actually apply what we teach you. And oh man, like you go to a university because it's this like prestigious thing, and you trust that because generally people tell you like, oh, if you go to university, you'll get this degree and you'll get paid from it. And like, I just knew for a fact the shit I was learning, I was like, practically, how is this going to get me a job? Like, I'm learning how to turn a fucking camera on. I know how to turn a camera on, right? You can educate yourself a lot faster yourself for free or with a small investment in some program way faster than you'll ever learn in university. The shit that I've had people from my university like reaching out to me since in the last couple of years since I had a little bit of success with business, and they're like, yo, I could do this for you. And I look at their page and I'm like, bro, you literally like the quality that you learn in university is fucking ridiculous for the amount of money. It's not even basic professional. It is literally dog shit. All of the learning happens in the real world. And this is why you should just learn as much as you humanly can and just start applying it. Learn, do things, right? So if you're faced with going to university, right, it's decent for social life and stuff like that, but Jesus, you're not going to learn too much. Unless you're going to be a doctor, right? They don't teach you how to sell. That's not their goal. It's just simply not their goal, right? You need to eliminate the rules that they give you. Those rules might be fine if you want to write children's books and go on holiday to Birmingham, but I ain't fucking doing that, right? You are here to sell, which means you don't have to give a shit about breaking down sentences, drawing grammar diagrams, and complete bullshit that doesn't sell anything. And guess what? I don't even remember anything I learned in English class. Anyway, I couldn't tell you about creative writing devices. I remember that was a term, but I don't remember what any of them were. Right? A device. What is a creative writing device? I don't know. I couldn't tell you how to write creatively, but what I can tell you is how to write copy, because copy sells, and my brain, this is a little lesson within a lesson here. Your brain is incredibly good at being lazy, right? It disregards as much information as it humanly can because it only has so much space. Our brains want the path of least resistance. So our brains will retain information based on how relevant it is to our lives. And I actually saw this from like an Elon Musk clip I was watching where he talked about like, if you want to learn anything, understand the relevance. Teach yourself, why is this relevant to me? And then your brain will remember it. So if something like a creative writing, why in the fuck would a creative writing device be relevant to me? Is that going to make me more money? Is that going to provide for a family in the future? Is that going to improve my love life? Is that going to improve my health? No, it's not going to improve. I don't understand Pythagoras' theorem or any of this other bullshit because I'm not in a career where any of that stuff is relevant to me. However, when it comes to copywriting, I know a lot of shit because I know that if I retain this information, I can write better stuff and I can make more money. And so you need to understand, like, what is your goal in life? Probably right now at this point in your life, it's to make more money with a business, something that gives you freedom. You understand the relevance of why information in this space will be important. So you need to look at the stuff that you're actually learning as relevant. Identify what's relevant, what's not, right? And even if I remembered all this shit, it wouldn't have helped me in any possible fucking way. The truth that they won't tell you is writing for school makes you exactly $0. Writing for money makes you rich. If you want to become a successful copywriter, you need to forget everything that your English teachers taught you. Literally, remove that shit from your brain. Forget grammar rules, forget essays, forget trying to impress teachers. Copywriting means writing exactly how you speak. Clear, simple, direct. When someone reads your copy, it should feel like you're sitting across the table speaking directly to them. Like me right now. I wrote this slideshow. I wrote it all out as a big document and then I formatted it into slides. And I wrote it myself because I knew that if I personally do this, like, it's going to come across when I actually deliver it. Like, you see that, like, I have no problem reading off this because it's like literally my own words. I've read this shit out myself. I think I used AI to like format it better a little bit so it looked decent on the screen, but I wrote it all myself. I just like brain dumped all my information down. Like, why is this important? formatted it, and then put it into a slideshow. And here I'm sitting delivering it to you one-to-one. Forget big words, forget perfect grammar. Yeah, don't use big words. Don't be like, there was funny, like, there was a video I watched a couple of years ago about how like the Republican candidates for US presidency spoke, and it was put through this thing called the Flesch-Kincaid readability test. I don't know why I retained that information, but probably because it's valuable and it's interesting. But this Flesch-Kincaid readability test basically would rank all of the different political candidates on the language that they use, so how they answer questions, how they speak, and it would rank them at like a grade level for schools. And so guess what happened, right? The people who spoke at the highest level, like Bernie Sanders and all of these like random no-name Republican candidates, they spoke at like a level where they used big words and they spoke like a politician. And the people at the top, believe it or not, was Trump. Trump spoke in a really basic level. And a lot of people took the piss out of him for it. A lot of people were like, this is stupid. I'm not sitting here endorsing Trump. I don't have a MAGA hat on. And I don't care if you like him or you don't. I don't give a shit. I'm talking here about language. And Trump spoke at the most basic level because the most basic level appeals to the widest audience. And when you're running for the president of the United States, you have to appeal to the widest possible audience to get the most votes. And so if you're speaking like a dickhead, like an elitist, a person who speaks well for a school audience or an academic audience, how many people are academic? Most people work in petrol stations and drive trucks, right? So they don't speak like that, and they'll get turned off by someone who speaks at too high a level. So you have to understand that copywriting and learn how to sell, like if you study Trump in terms of like how he sells, it's really interesting. It really is. It's an interesting, he emphasizes words that are very visual. I've actually got lessons like this inside Apex where we analyze like Trump's speech, but it's super interesting. I highly recommend you to go and check it out. Forget perfect grammar, write incomplete sentences if you want. You don't even need to have full stops half the time. Make grammar mistakes deliberately. Use punctuation exactly how you want to. English teachers will tell you it's all wrong. Most people just, and even when they're writing a sales page, they'll write it how like how they think it should be. Like you also have to understand like most people are in scroll mode when they're reading copy. Like their brains are not actively dissecting every single thing at a high level, and they don't want, like, most people assume that the audience is as smart as them. So let me give you an example, right? I'm teaching you copywriting here. I could go into like the really in-depth, like boring parts of copywriting, all the little tidbits that I've learned over the years that allow me to like tweak things, right? But I know that you are probably a beginner. So if I start talking to you about shit that's like 200 miles down the road, you're going to be like, I have no interest in this. This isn't solving the immediate problem I have, which is learning how the basics of writing copy or learning the early stages. If I start talking about really boring advanced stuff, you might think that that sounds interesting, but you can't actually apply it because you don't understand the fundamentals. So most educators and creators on YouTube will imagine that their audience is as smart as them, and they don't understand, like most people just want the basics, the easy solution, the early fundamental stuff of whatever it is they're learning. Like if I was learning guitar, I just want to learn how to play Hey Jude, or no, I don't think it's played on guitar, but it's played on piano. But like if I want to learn the guitar, my first thing is like, how do I play this song? It's not like, how do I like finger a chord the right way or whatever, right? Teachers can't even pay their bills on time, a lot of them, and I don't mean to shit on. I kind of like wish I didn't write this part because it kind of sounds like tatey, but teachers are not incentivized to sell, right? I've made more money writing than a teacher who gave me a shitty grade, and yeah, this is a bit like cocky, but it is kind of true. I know in my first year properly of making money, I was like, oh shit, this would have taken me like 4 or 5 years to make the same amount of money. If I had, let's say, gone into teaching, I would never have went into teaching because I don't have the patience for children. But I wouldn't have made very good money in a career from my university degree. I know I made a lot more money doing my own thing and educate myself and backing myself. And that's what I recommend you do. If you're serious about making money, if you're not serious about making money, don't back yourself and go and watch some, I don't know, some bullshit on YouTube. Because copywriting isn't about impressing teachers. It's about persuading. It's about selling. It's about stacking money in your bank account. So forget the school taught bullshit and write to get paid. That is how the real winners do it. Next lesson. Why direct response is king. Copywriting is a fairly vague term. There are loads of types of writing copy, right? But only one that actually makes money. Direct response. Direct response means cash now, not followers, not brand, just money in your bank account today. No soft selling, no fluff, no nurture content. You want this? Cool. Here's the link. Pay now. Most people run away from this, right? They're scared to ask for money. They hide behind branding to avoid the sale. And that's why direct response is so powerful. Now, I want to continue this, but to give you a clear example of what is direct response versus what is normal copywriting. Normal copywriting might be a Budweiser billboard that you see in your city and be like, the king of beers, you know what I mean? And that copy works if you're working like billion-dollar brands. But as a beginner copywriter, it is important to understand the context of the situation that you are in. You are not going to get a job writing for Budweiser most likely, because Budweiser probably hires like some industry veteran who's got like 30 years, right? But don't worry about that, because you don't need to write for Budweiser to make money. Budweiser probably wouldn't even pay you the most amount of money. The biggest clients I ever had actually paid the least amount of money. The biggest money I ever made was working for people where I was directly producing cash for their business, because they were like, we don't give a shit about, like a big brand can benefit from the fact that they're a big brand. They know that if you work with them, you get to say they worked with them. Like I can tell you I've worked with Panasonic, BBC, Burger King, who else? TikTok, there was another one, like a shitload more. It'll come to me. It's on my website anyway. But I'm able to, I worked with those brands and I actually took less money than I usually would, because I kind of had to, because it was like, if I work with Burger King, I can tell everyone I worked with Burger King, because it's prestigious, right? I'm glad I did it, but understand that like when you get into copywriting, you actually don't really want to write for the biggest brands in the world. You can, it's pretty cool if you do it for a little while, but you generally will make way more money either writing for yourself or writing for a business that sells something that produces cash for you. No one is doing direct response. Like most people, if you were to go to university for any kind of creative advertising, they ain't teaching you direct response. They're teaching you this bullshit corporate stuff that no one actually will make money from. You might get a job, 22k a year, writing for some business in London, and then you have expenses of like 21k a year because you live in London. So if you want to get a corporate advertising job, this course ain't for you. This course is teaching you how to actually produce cash for yourself and for other businesses, right? Nobody does direct response advertising right, by the way, either. Most people learn it in the most shitty way, from shitty YouTube courses, from guys who've never written copy to produce cash. But the ones that do write direct response copy well, and I'm going to teach you how to do that in this course, clean up. So this isn't new. Before the internet, direct response existed. So direct response is literally just writing, it's just writing copy to get a direct action, which is pay me now. So I'm going to sell you this book, pay, bottom of the sales page, book, buy now, right? It's just a button to buy the thing. So you're writing direct response is writing the entire thing to get a direct response, right? Very clear. Or a response, an actual like, oh yes, I'm interested. Like I write the sales page or I write this letter and someone writes back, yes, please send me more information about this product. That is a direct response. Whereas copy, a lot of like ad copy in general, is just like branding. You're never gonna, like if you ever get a Budweiser ad on your phone, you're never gonna like, it's never gonna be a button to buy a Budweiser and send it to your house. It's just like general branding, right? So forget all that shit. You don't wanna write for that shit. Maybe down the line, if you're really interested in advertising, you can write for that shit. Now, before the internet, right, people were writing direct response with letters, like actual physical letters that they'd send to people's houses. Old school copywriters made absolute millions with printed sales pitches. No ads, no social, just paper and postage. The medium changed, right? But the principles haven't. So we are now on the internet. So you can write, you see everybody selling stuff now. Words that sell still work. So this is the most valuable skill of all time. The edge you have is that you can learn in this course, for free, by the way, how to write words that sell. Most people do not get this. But if you do, it's game over. The document you're reading, that is direct response, right? Every email I send, same thing. So even this thing, right? I am getting you to, I'm teaching you this shit so you go out and actually do something. And a small number of you will decide, hey, this guy doesn't speak bullshit. I might work with him, right? So I want you to watch the rest of this video. Like the only thing I sell in this video, I sell a little bit of my coaching. I'll mention it a few times, right? But in general, I want to sell you on the next lesson. I want to teach you this thing, and then I want you to be excited about the next lesson. Because if you do that, you'll learn. And if you learn and you do well, you go out and make a shit ton of money, you'll attribute that success to learning from me. And maybe you'll come back and work with me. Or maybe you'll just decide, okay, I really want to take this seriously. I want to work with this guy, right? So here's what it comes down to. You need three things for direct response. You need an offer, so you need a packaged up thing that you're going to sell to people. You need traffic, which is people. You need people to sell it to. And you need copy to get the sale. So you have your product here, you have your copy here, buy this shit, and then you have the people that you're reading the copy, right? Very, very simple. An offer is just something people want, a product, a service, it doesn't matter. As long as it helps, it works, as long as it solves a problem. Traffic is people who are willing to pay. No traffic equals no sales, no offer equals nothing to sell. You need both, then you need copy, right? Words that hook them. Pull them in, make them want it, and then ask for the sale, right? Don't be afraid to ask for the sale. If you sell something that genuinely helps people, you can back it up with the results. Don't be afraid to ask for the sale. That's it. No branding, no logos, no fancy website. There's some people I know make literally like, there's one guy I'm thinking of right now, like makes like 200K a month, and he doesn't show his face. He doesn't have like a logo. He does have a website, but it's the most basic shit ever. And you'd be like, how is this guy making so much money? But it's because he has this shit dialed in. He has the important shit dialed in. You need something to sell, people who want it, and words that close. And that is why direct response is king. It's fast, simple, and it makes money. And that seemingly is the end of this lesson. So I will see you in the next one. Hopefully you enjoyed this section. At the end, what can I get you to comment? Something funny. Do you want me to show you something cool, actually? I want to make this as personal, as fun as possible because you're watching. So if you're watching this or if you're listening to it in the background, put your eyes back on the screen. I actually painted this thing. I don't know, like, hopefully you can see it. It's Northern Lights, and it's a Bob Ross style painting. I watched a bit of Bob Ross, and I decided I'm going to paint this thing. So you've probably never seen a copywriting course where a guy paints, but I painted it with oil painting, and it's the most peaceful thing in the world. I absolutely love oil painting because, and this is a little bit, isn't it? But like, I just love it. I just love it. I get to zone out. I don't have to look at social media for a while. I don't have to look at like anyone. I don't have to deal with human beings, and I get to paint this shit. So anyway, if you'd like a painting, comment what you think of my painting. Would be pretty funny. At least I'll know you watched this far in the video, and I'll give you a little like. We can have a little conversation. But yeah, let's just jump into the next section. Hopefully you find this valuable, and the next section is going to be fucking sick. Welcome to the fundamentals of copywriting. This is going to be 500 slides of pure gold. This is pretty much all of the main principles of being able to sell and being able to sell through the written word. And I have seriously put a lot of work into this section. This is information from the best books and courses I've ever taken, along with some of my own personal experience from 5 years as being a copywriter. I'm going to drop a lot of stories throughout this. I'm going to go off the cuff. You know, that's what I do. And if you like that, you're going to hear some funny shit throughout this section. I'm also just going to drop some serious value. Like, this is going to be the best hour or 2 hours. I don't know how long this section is going to be. It's 500 slides. It's going to be the best shit you ever watch when it comes to copywriting. You will never need to watch another fundamentals of copywriting video after this section because I've just distilled all of the most important shit in this section, right? So let us just get into it. Prepare your little brain for the best information it's ever going to receive. I hope you have a pen and paper, or if you're playing Fortnite while watching or listening to this video, I hope this shit is drilled into your brain. I'm going to repeat myself. I'm going to make sure you understand exactly what I'm teaching you because this is so important. The first section is crystal clear equals more cash. Let's get into it. People are kind of stupid, right? And I mean this in a context, well, I mean, in general, a lot of people are kind of stupid if you just walk out and you meet the average person and you see the things that they do. But a lot of people are smart. There's two things I want to talk about here. I'm going to get into this lesson, but I always say to people, if you're making content or whatever, assume the person is smart and assume they've seen a lot of content, because people see lots of content and they see lots of ads, and so they're exposed to lots of the best stuff. So you need to understand, like, you need to assume that they're smart in that context. But in general, if someone is scrolling on their phone and if they're considering buying something, they are an emotionally charged person. They're literally in, like, scroll mode. They're not really thinking rationally as they would in other parts of life, because we don't have the energy to just constantly be turned on all the time, in terms of like our cognition, right? So people are kind of stupid. That was a big word, and you're going to learn why that was stupid. I shouldn't have used a big word. People are kind of stupid. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. It's just true. They get confused easily. They get distracted even faster. And when that happens, they do not buy. Now, this is so critical whenever you're selling things, right? They scroll on past, they click off, they disappear, which is why your copy needs to be so dumb. It needs to be so, so simple, right? No fluff, no fancy words, no massive paragraphs that read like a textbook, just plain English. Clear instructions, and if someone lands on your page, you're writing a sales page, let's say, and they don't know what to do in 2 seconds, if it's not super clear, if the entire page is not designed for them to understand what is happening, you've lost them. If your page is confusing and shitty, if you it irks me so much when I see someone create like a website or a sales page for someone, and they've got all these buttons, about us, team, contact, this, all this bullshit, and it's like, do you want this person to buy from you, or do you want them to go and click on your about section? You want them to buy from you. You can write a little bit about yourself in the sales page, but the whole intention of this page is to get them to take one action. And so many people will distract. They'll say, oh, go look at our testimonial page. Oh, go look at this. Put it all on one page. Don't send people to click off other things, because then they will not buy. If you distract them with other shit, you're just shooting yourself in the foot, right? So spell it out. Literally spell it out. This is what I do for, if I'm writing for, like, selling something and I have to do a call to action. Click the big red add to cart button to get yours now. I don't just say, that's what I say. I'm just super clear. I'm like, it sounds stupid, but it works, right? People need that kind of clarity. They actually do, because they need to be stringed along whenever they're buying something, because everything else is stringing them along. Every YouTube video every Facebook or Instagram video now has like captions, it has music, it is a really good, a crafty guy who knows how to like string someone along to get the attention until the end of the video, because the competition is so high now on social media that like you have to be really good, and really good equals making sure that people aren't distracted, so keeping them in the video with the whole thing. And the same thing goes for your copy and your ads and anything that you write for someone. And even if you're not just writing ads, imagine you decided to make content, which is a very good idea if you want to get business. You need to understand that people get distracted, so keep them on the same thing. Don't say, instead of saying like, here, like let's say you're making a fitness video, here are 5 exercises I recommend you do to bulk up your abs, right? Don't do that. Do one exercise, one video, one exercise, and then you can really sell that exercise rather than going 5 exercises, because you know what's going to happen at the end of that video? They won't fucking do any of them, because that's just true. You're just sending them. No one has time to take all of the information in of 5 different exercises in 12 seconds. So make it about one. Have a clear, single, direct approach. No assumptions, no clever tricks, just clear steps and zero confusion. Same goes for the rest of your copy. If it's hard to read, they will not read it. You see how this entire presentation, there's never any more than like a couple sentences on one slide, and generally it's one per slide. Because if you're watching this video, I don't want you to be confused by, oh my God, there's like a wall of text on the screen. Some people do this and I don't like it. I prefer to keep things really simple because it's entertaining. I know when I watch videos, I don't know about you, but I like to see simple. What's coming next? It's entertaining. It keeps me hooked. The guy is speaking in a way that I'm actually interested in hearing. But when it's like, if someone hops on and it's like a full Google Doc, or it's like, oh, it makes me want to die. It's so boring. So if they don't read it, they don't buy. Simple as that. Pretty obvious. So here's the formula. Write like you're talking to a 12-year-old. You know, we talked about that Trump thing earlier on. Hopefully you haven't skipped any parts of this course. We talked about the Trump thing and how he speaks at like a 5th grade reading level. And that's intentional because he knows that that's how the average person wants to consume information. They don't want to hear some guy who went to Harvard telling them bullshit. They want to have a beer with Trump while he talks about like, we're going to build a wall, you know, that kind of shit, right? Give clear steps. Don't overthink shit. Done. Right. Next section. That was a very short one. That was a very short and sweet one. Hope you liked the Trump impression. People buy on emotion, not logic. But that's too vague, right? So let me get into this shit. Let me show you how it actually works. So let's say we're selling a necklace. Target customer, Jade. Young professional, mid-20s. Jade is the type of person who, you know, fills her nose with substances every weekend, and then the next day is lecturing you about, you know, she's putting up Instagram stories lecturing you about, you know, your morals or whatever bullshit it is. I can't believe you voted for this person. Not me, because I'm not political. I don't give a fuck about that stuff. But it's the type of person to try and virtue signal and make herself feel better about you. Oh yeah, I don't know about this. Yeah. I can't believe you're wearing fast fashion. That kind of shit. This is our target customer, right? For this example. I'm aware I get off the cuff. Upper middle class. Christ. She's not sold yet on this necklace. So how do we sell it to her? We probably put it in an Instagram story because she fucking buy anything from Instagram, right? We don't do it by talking about gold quality because she doesn't give a shit about it. I'd say if we laced it with ketamine, she'd probably buy it. Not about price, not about how comfy it is. That is logic. Do you understand? Let's go back. Gold quality, price, comfort. That is logic. That is her thinking logically about this. We don't want her thinking logically because she doesn't think logically. Logic doesn't move Jade. What does move her? The compliments she'll get, standing out from other girls, making her friends jealous, catching the attention of that guy, and I've written brackets, me. But you know what like, you know, it is funny, like the silly things that people pay attention to that are so trivial. Like if she gets likes on her Instagram story, that would probably be more importance to her than the thing lasting an extra 2 months. People are really like, there's so many things in life to worry about that people only care about the basics. They care about the most important things. Our brains, as I talked about earlier, are very, very good at deciding what is relevant to me and what is not, right? And most things it will decide aren't relevant. And the primary drivers, which you're going to learn in this section, we have these primal desires of things that we want. And social connection and social like compliments and social hierarchy stuff, that is like at the top. So if she thinks like by purchasing this necklace, I'm going to raise my social status, then she's going to buy it. She doesn't give a shit if it breaks in 6 months. She's just like, I'm going to get an immediate buzz off this. Have you ever met like these shopping addict people? You know, they are, I don't know. It's crazy. People just buy shit 24/7 to keep the buzz alive. And they'll put up the story and it's like, got new Jordans. It's like, yeah, but like, who gives a shit? But these people, they do that because they want compliments. They want to feel like, if I wear these, I'm cool. Notice me. I'm in my classic Irish jumper. By the way, I'm a very plain dresser because I believe you should be plain. I don't give a shit in constantly flashing brands. Anyway, why is this about me? It's not about me. It's about what drives the sale, right? It's not about the product. It's about the feeling it gives her. She imagines walking into the room, head turning, friends noticing, the guy she likes complimenting it, again, probably me, and now she's emotionally hooked. So to keep that feeling alive, she buys. Logic is gone. She is chasing the high. She is chasing the dopamine rush of other people giving her attention. You know, one of the biggest things, I noticed this yesterday. I saw this girl, right, from Bali, and she's like a model, I'd probably just follow her because she was kind of hot, and she was always living this really extravagant life. And I was like, what is she doing? Or like, how's she making this money? I was like, I don't think she does, OnlyFans or anything like that. I don't think she does that. And then I saw she had a boyfriend. The boyfriend was clearly making all the money because he worked on his laptop and shit. I could just tell, right? I've been in the space. I can see when there's a rich boyfriend who's funding a lifestyle, and then I realized what they were doing. They were basically running some like dodgy dating site where they'd con guys out of money. And I was like, oh, that's where the money's coming from. That's where the money's coming from. And this girl was probably selling herself a little bit to this guy, in terms of, you know what I mean? Because like her Instagram was popping and she cared more about her Instagram popping than anything else in life. And that is the high that people chase. And the whole dating scene on the internet is crazy to me, that like people are like so obsessed that like they will literally spend like millions of dollars on a small bit of connection from another person, and if that person's hot, like they just lose their life savings over it. And if you understand this and you can use it ethically in your copy, it is incredibly powerful. You simply wouldn't, if you're like me when I started and you just did no money and you didn't understand how to produce money and nobody around you was making money, you look at the world and like money's really, really hard to get. But then as you spend time, as you start to make more money, and then you spend time seeing other people who are just producing serious amounts of cash, you realize, oh shit, there is a lot of money out there. You just have to position yourself in the right place to do it. So use a high income skill like copywriting. Please don't go down anything unethical, like don't go down any bad routes. But I can tell you, like I've seen the money produced by these things. It is sickening. It is really sickening. And yeah, chasing the high works really well for women. It also works for men. Men buy emotionally too all the time for the same reasons, but the trick is, do not sell the product, sell the emotion it creates, right? Or sell the relief from a negative emotion. So let's say you're selling something for back pain, you would sell them on how great it's going to feel. You'd have a testimonial, oh my God, I can't believe how I had horrible back pain for 2 years, and then I took this cream and the cream has now solved it. Now I can just enjoy life. I'm not stressed anymore. How wonderful does that sound? You know what I mean? It's like before I discovered copywriting. I had no power in the world. I drove a shit heap car. It was like a tiny little red Toyota Yaris, horrible little car. And it was just so degrading driving around in that thing. And as I discovered copywriting and discovered how to make money online, my life just changed unimaginably. Like I just had freedom. I could travel. I could make money. I could work on my own time. I could do my own shit. I could run shit myself. And that is the relief I got from copywriting. That was the solution to my problem, was finding that online business and putting the work in. And seriously, if you're watching this video and you're thinking about making money and for some reason you're not taking it seriously, you need to go all in on this thing. Like realistically, this is, if you go all in on this thing and you don't leave an option to fail, man, it's a high leverage skill. So let's break it down. There are two core emotional drivers: positive emotion and negative emotion. Positive emotion is nice, gets the job done. You're going to feel really good when you do this, right? But negative emotion is the killer. So let's frame what I just said about copywriting. Christ, this is literally what drives me as a person, way more so than the niceness of success, is the horrible feeling of failure, or the horrible feeling of not achieving what I need to achieve. So if I was talking about, okay, making money online, what would I do if I couldn't make money online? I would have to work a shit job in a shit place. I'd be completely tied to wherever I worked. I'd have to slave away at a job I fucking despise, working for someone I probably didn't care about or didn't like, working with other people. Like I've done this. The last job I had just before I started copywriting was I worked in Tesco. And I remember this quite vividly. I was driving my car to work. I just got the job. I was kind of excited actually because it was £8 an hour, which is a bit higher than typical. It was usually like £5 or £6 an hour. to get a part-time job. And I was driving to Tesco and my car broke down, my shitty little £200 Toyota Yaris. I wish I had a picture. It is embarrassing. It's a granny car. And I was driving to this job and I basically stood behind the customer service desk all day. The first day was fine. I just worked on like just cleaning shelves and stacking shit. I was like, this is all right. I'm glad the second day was as shit as it was, because you wouldn't be watching this video if it wasn't as shit as it was. I was standing behind the customer service desk all day, and there was this guy beside me, and Christ, this was exactly like, this is the exact reason I don't, I don't work with other people in shitty positions like that, which I hated. Was I had to listen to this guy bitching all day about other people in the Tesco. He's like, she never does this, and I just told her, this is the, like, oh, it's so annoying. And all he did was bitch, and he thought he was funny, and he thought he was cool, and I was like, you're a fucking idiot, man. You're a fucking idiot. I went home that evening, and then obviously my car broke down, and I had spent this whole day doing bullshit work listening to this guy. And I was just like, nah, I'm not doing that anymore. And so to look at the negative emotion of, if I didn't make it successful with copywriting and online business, I would have had to work jobs like that forever, and I would have been tied to a location. I wouldn't have the freedom to go and do all the shit that I see on social media and the shit that I really want to do. I always knew, I was like, I want to live a really interesting life. I want to go and have cool stories to tell about places, which I'll tell some later. Maybe I'll tell one now. No, I'll maybe save these for later, because there is a section coming up where I talk about live interesting lives. And I just like the motivation for me to, like, and also the problem with getting a job is that it can trap you. So if you don't take this shit seriously, you can really get trapped in a position where you actually don't have the time, or you don't have the energy to start a business. Now, if you have a job, you can still start a business. Absolutely, you can still quit your 9 to 5, whatever it is you're doing. You can still get out of this shit if you're driven enough. If you're uncomfortable enough to make this shit work, you will make it work. I've seen it happen. I have clients that have done it. Like I generally did this, like I went balls to the wall, but I had no money, and I was like, if this didn't work out, like I had no plan B, so I was uncomfortable enough to make this shit work. And I see a lot of people who, they're like in the same position, and I don't understand how they're not motivated. Like, if you do understand, like, there are two paths. There's like, you make it big, you do a lot of hard work. You literally, like, your entire brain, your entire life goes to solving this problem of like, how do I make money? How do I live this cool life? And the alternative is like, you do what you're doing now forever, and you have one life, and it's gonna end. Is that what you want? For me, it's not a question. It's like, I work my balls off and I get this shit, I get this insane life, or I play it safe and I stay where I am, right? That's the negative emotion. And in copy, use this all the time. Pain is greater than pleasure. The fear of loss is greater than the hope of gain in a person's mind. So you need to play on this when you're writing copy, whatever it is you write copy for. It is not about giving them what they want. It's about helping them avoid what they dread. Example time. Say we're selling a copywriting course. So I've kind of just covered this. Here's the positive pitch. Learn how to write copy, make money online, live free. Decent. Now here's the negative pitch. If you don't learn this, you'll stay broke, you'll work a job you hate, you'll waste your potential, and you'll die with regret, right? Pretty much how I actually thought. And this motivated me a lot more. Very, very clear. Let's do one more. Selling a watch. Positive. This watch makes you look classy. Girls love it. Right? That is powerful. However, she just saw your cheap, shitty watch. She thinks you look like a little boy. Stop embarrassing yourself. See the difference? One is like, one of the biggest human drivers for action is not being publicly embarrassed. And so if you're publicly embarrassed by wearing a cheap watch, people will buy way more. Why do you think people spend like $10,000 or $100,000 on a watch that's luxury over just a normal one? It's just a watch. You could also just not wear a watch, But they do it because they don't want to, because they want to fit in with their friend group. Like if you've ever seen people who just, their whole life is about fitting in with like, you kind of see this in like TV shows or whatever, where someone starts to make a little bit more money, they have to fit in with the people around them or else they're considered like cheap or stupid. And this is exactly it. Like this is fear of negative emotion. Fear of, okay, other people are going to think I'm, not as cool as them. And they have to buy their way out of that emotion, right? They will run from that fear more than they will run towards. They don't really give a shit about if someone comes from a working class background and they make it into like a nice middle class job or an upper class job, they're going to be more motivated by, I need to stay in this shit because I know what the working class thing was like for me, and it was, they didn't like that. They don't really give a shit about the shirt and the watch and stuff like that. Yeah, they're probably like, it's cool, but it's not good. Men don't want to gain status, right? They want to avoid losing it. So they do want to gain status realistically, but they're more driven by the fear of losing it. So if you're in a position where you're making shit tons of money and you then come to a point where you're making less, you're like, oh, this is terrible. This is horrible. You could still be making like 100K a year, but you'll still feel shit because you used to make 200K a year, right? Because you were at this point where everyone looked at you and was like, oh, he's doing this well now. Oh, he's not doing as well now. What happened to him? Something wrong with this guy, clearly. So that's what drives a lot of people. It's the same everywhere. Pain, shame, regret, and fear convert. And no, it's not unethical. If your product actually helps, you're doing them a favor by making them feel urgency. Here is how you do it right. Do your research, find the fear, find the insecurity, write like your product is the solution, sell the emotion. Sell the relief from the negative emotion and they will buy. Final example on this one is the most motivated you will ever see a person is when they've just come out of a breakup. Typically. Some people don't, but some people do. I can tell you from experience, you become so motivated to get in the gym or succeed at something because you're like, that shit hurt. I want to make sure I don't feel that again. So I'm going to bolster myself up with a lot of work. I'm going to do all this shit. I'm going to buy these things. I'm going to feel, I need to feel better than I feel now. And they'll work their ass off so they never feel like that again. So they build up some armor so they don't find themselves in that situation again. That is so, like if you see that, you'll see it everywhere. If you see someone, you'll just understand somebody breaks up and then all of a sudden they're posting stories every day. You know what I mean? On Instagram because they want everybody to see them because they're like, look, I'm not invisible. I'm still here. I'm doing all this cool shit. I've seen it a million times, right? Every single time. Next section. Persuasion versus convincing. Now, this actually applies to acquiring clients for yourself as well. It's really important that you learn what I'm about to tell you here. Most people don't know the difference between persuasion and convincing. I'm just going to drink some water. Most people don't know the difference between persuasion and convincing. That one mix-up is killing your sales. Let me make it simple. Persuasion equals money. Convincing will make you broke. Okay? Drill that into your head. Persuasion will make you money. Convincing will keep you broke. If you have to convince someone to buy, you have already lost because you are fighting their beliefs. People do not buy things that go against their beliefs. There is a concept of belief systems, right? And it sounds very like hippy-dippy bullshit, but it's very, very clear. It's very simple. It's not, there's no hippy-dippiness about it. It's literally just belief systems, like the things that you believe to be true in the world, right? And you can change these beliefs, and because it sounds quite hippie to be like, there are things which you believe to be true in the world. But if you actually challenge these things, and then you look at people who do better than you in some instance, then you can start to understand why it's not hippy-dippy at all. So when it comes to making money, you're going to most likely have to change. If you're from the same kind of background as me, you're going to have to change a lot of your belief systems if you want to succeed. And that is a painful thing, and it's difficult, and it's really important that you do this. So some of those things might be that, like, time is more valuable than money. Time is absolutely more valuable than money because time can never be bought back. You will never be young again. You will never have opportunities that pass you by again. So money can be made at any point. Money you can make, you can be 50 years old and working and making money, but you cannot be 50 years old and buy some time back from when you were 20. So I highly value time in comparison to money, and that's a belief that I used to not care about. Most people actually don't care about their time. Literally, most people do not care about their time. They will, if you are someone who's like trying to succeed in online business and you have some money there, understand that that will propel you 100 times faster than if you are to just save that money and work on your own time. I swear, like I've dealt with people like this, and they're so slow at doing everything, and they like protect their money like it's the only thing in the world. Because I understand, because you don't have much money, so you want to protect it, but you have to get used to spending your money correctly and using it to save a lot of time. Whenever I was scaling my businesses, would like pay for a chef or someone to prepare food, because I calculated, I was like, right, I'm probably spending like 40, 50 hours a month, like let's say an hour a day or 1 to 2 hours per day on buying food, preparing food, and doing the dishes afterwards and cleaning and putting all the stuff away. That takes a lot of time, and that's every single day. So that's costing me a lot of time, and that time I could spend on something that produces more money than if I were to just pay. Like if I pay £500 to a chef, right, he saves me 40, 50 hours a week. In 40 or 50 hours a week, I know I can make more than £500 if I have an online business, if I have leverage, if I can work on the right things. So it is absolutely a smart decision for me to hire a chef, right? And even the same goes with buying a nice setup. I've worked with people and it's incredibly frustrating, and they will work incredibly slowly and they'll have a shit setup, and I'm just like, do you not understand how slowly you're working because you have a shit setup? And they're like, oh yeah, but I don't want to spend like 100 quid. I'm like, well then you're not taking this shit seriously. You don't really care. You value a little bit of money. You like if basically like if you have no sort of like what's the word? If you have no appetite for risk, you're not going to succeed in business, because business requires risk. Business requires faith. It requires your judgment, making a decision on something and deciding, is this worth it? And then taking the risk. But if you don't take any decisions, if you're a slow decision maker and you don't want to take risks, you're going to have to get a normal job. I'm sorry to say. It's just not going to happen for you. There was another point I wanted to make about decision making as well. You can move 7 times faster if a decision that takes you 1 week instead takes you 1 day. That's something I saw on like an Alex Hormozy video, and he basically is like, you can move like at exponential speeds faster by just decreasing the amount of time it takes you to make a decision. And so if you can make decisions fast and you can take risks on things, if you get burned, like I spent $5,000 on like a mentor a couple of months ago, and he turned out like he didn't give a shit about it. He gave me really bad advice. He actually gave me like terrible advice that cost me more money. And I was like, oh, fuck, that's $5,000 gone. But like, I didn't sit around moping about it for like 3 months. I didn't think, oh, fuck, all mentors are terrible. This is, no. I just was like, right, fuck it. You wasted your money. Why did you make a bad decision there? What did you do wrong? How do you not do that ever again? And I've learned from it, right? But most people think emotionally about it. Like we talked about this at the beginning of the entire course about operators, amateur versus professional. Amateur people think emotionally about things. They do not understand that like business is about speed. And if you're moving slowly and if you're making stupid decisions and you're taking too long on those decisions and you're emotional about how the decisions pan out, you're not going to succeed. Business doesn't care about emotion. Business is business. Right? Personal life is personal life. And if you're an emotional, I mean, even like being able to regulate your emotions is important for personal and business, right? I'm going to get back to the slideshow. No matter how many facts you throw at someone, people will not buy something that goes against their beliefs. They don't like people who conflict with their beliefs. Let's say you're selling brain pills like nootropics, right? If you don't know what a brain is, it's like, this will help you focus more or whatever. You find some dude who thinks that all nootropics are a scam, right? So you try and educate him. Show him studies, break down the ingredients. It doesn't matter, he's not buying. But if you find someone who's already taking nootropics, of which there are many, there are millions of people who already purchase these products, now you just need to show them why yours is the best. That is persuasion. That is how you make sales. You're not creating demand, you're tapping into existing demand. You don't start fires, You pour petrol on the ones that are already burning, right? Same goes if you're freelancing. Do not pitch businesses who have never hired a copywriter. You will spend all day convincing. Pitch the ones who are already hiring. They get it, they pay faster, they complain less. Persuade believers, ignore the skeptics, and that is how you win. Sell results, not products. This is supposed to be a blue background. This is a new lesson, right? Sell results, not products. This is really important that you understand this, right? Nobody cares about your product. Not because it's bad, but because people only care about themselves, right? They do not give a shit what your thing is. I tell this to people all the time, they don't understand it. People don't care about your thing. They care about what it does for them. It's the same if you made a YouTube video. People do not give it, if they've never seen you before, why would they care about you? Of course, like sometimes if you start to watch somebody and you enjoy like there's probably times throughout this, there's definitely times where I've told stories about me, and I tell those stories assuming that you at least enjoy this content so far, and if you don't enjoy it, you'll probably stop watching. If you're still watching at this point, we're best buds. But if I were to start the video by being like just basically like, yeah, so I was in the shop the other day, blah blah blah. No, it's like I have to position this in a way where I tell you what you're gonna get, you know that you've clicked on the right video, and then I give you value, and then I drop in little bits of my personality throughout because that's just naturally what I want to do. And because I've already given you value and have given you something you want, you care a little bit more about watching me. And it's why people like follow influencers or whatever. It's because they've seen something that they like initially about the person, and then from continuing to watch them, they want to learn about them personally. But they typically don't care about them when they first see them, right? Typically when you're writing for a product, they don't care about the product. And especially they don't care about like they don't actually care about the product. They care about the person who's selling it and what it does for them and the trust that they've built with that person, etc., etc. You are not selling a product. You're selling a result. That is what this whole thing is about. If you decide to sell a fitness program and you don't sell the result, you sell the actual program itself, you're not going to make any sales. You didn't buy this course, or if you're watching this for free because of the layout, you bought it because you want to make money, right? And what I mean is you bought it with your time. You decided to click on this video, you're watching it. You want freedom, you want out of your current situation, and the same goes for your audience, whoever you decide to write for. They are not interested in the thing itself. They're interested in the changes happen, in what changes happen once they have it. That is what makes them buy. So let me show you. You're at a Ferrari dealership, right? All of a sudden you're a Ferrari salesman. You walk in with money to spend. Okay, you're the customer in this example. I wrote this a couple of weeks ago. You walk in with money to spend. The salesman doesn't just say, here's the horsepower and here's the engine. I don't give a shit about cars, right? If the guy starts talking to me about horsepower, I don't give a shit, man. I really don't. You're selling the wrong thing to me. And that's the typical consumer. He understands that you are picturing the feeling. Pulling into your driveway in a Ferrari, your neighbor looking through the window, again, social status. Someone else thinks I'm cooler now because I have this car because it's expensive and it means it's hard to acquire, and it means that I'm smart and I've obviously earned enough money to buy a Ferrari. That's the fucking thought pattern that's going on. Someone you admire asks for a ride in your Ferrari, raises your social status, people noticing you in a way that they didn't before because you've got this cool car. It is not about the car. It is about what owning the car does. Funny story, let's interlude this with a funny story. There's a photo of me on my Instagram, and I have it on probably my profile picture on YouTube, and it's me on a Cybertruck. Now that is a rental Cybertruck. I've never ever said I've bought it or anything like that. And I rented it when I was in Dubai because it's just like, yo, I'm in Dubai, well, you know, when am I ever going to get to drive a Cybertruck again? And I rented this thing, and man, I've never ever felt like a celebrity more than when I was in that car, because there was like 5 Cybertrucks in the entire country at this point, and most people in life have never seen a Cybertruck. I hadn't seen one until I got into this thing, and so it turned so many heads. And so the guy, whenever I was giving it back at the end, he was like, "Oh yeah, we actually sell these if you're interested. This is how much it is, blah blah blah." And I was like, Jesus, I would like consider buying this thing, because like, how insane does it feel to have everyone looking at you, and people would literally walk up while I'm sitting in traffic in this car, me and my friends were sitting there, they were just laughing their heads off because someone would walk into the middle of traffic and be like, man, what do you do? Like, what's this car? And it's like, it's such an insane feeling. And that feeling will drive someone to purchase a car like that, right? Didn't drive me, you know, it was a cool feeling, but I'm not gonna spend all my money on a fucking Cybertruck. I don't care that much, you know. And I also didn't think I was gonna live there full time, right? But like, if you want proof that people do buy this shit, go to Dubai. You'll see like millions of supercars. Like everyone is driving one. You'll see the watches. You'll see the outfits. Everyone, like, it's just consumerism, right? Because people buy things because they want to feel cool. They want other people to pay attention to them. I've seen people, I was at like a dinner over there with all these business guys, and one of them had this like Loro Piana hat that was like $1,000 for a shit white hat. And I was like, that is fucking stupid. I was like, that is so stupid. But he bought it because he could tell people he spent $1,000 on a hat. So this guy wants people to think, this guy is making so much money that he's just frivolous with his money. How does he make so much money? He must be intelligent. He must be cool. I must get around this guy. Bang. That's why he buys a hat. So the car, when we're talking about this Ferrari example, he is selling you on the feeling. He is selling you on the social status that you'll get. And that is what you need to sell as well. Don't sell necklaces. Sell how she feels wearing it. Don't sell agency services. Sell the time and income that come with it if you decide to run a copywriting agency or whatever. Don't sell plants. Sell the compliments from friends at the barbecue. Oh, that's a really interesting little tree there. Yeah, it's actually, I bought that cool tree. It's quite cool, isn't it? You know what I mean? You don't. What's a plant gonna do for you? What's a plant gonna do for your life? Nothing. But like, it might get you a compliment. You're buying a compliment off someone. Don't sell gym products. Sell how they will feel next summer in their clothes. Gym shit, health stuff is the absolute easiest thing to sell because the transformation someone gets in their lives is incredible. And so if you can convince them that they're going to have this incredible transformation, they'll get more girls, they'll appear more confident, they'll look better, they'll feel better. It's the easiest thing to sell, right? If you can sell something related to health. Simple idea, easy to forget. But if you can remember it, you'll make more sales than most. Sell the result, not the product. Don't talk, prove. People are skeptical as fuck, right? There's a new lesson. Again, whoever put this together for me, this should have been a blue title card. However, this lesson is about don't talk, prove. So, I do this whenever I sell my copywriting mentorship. I am very heavy on results. I want to show you that lots and lots of people have done the exact same thing. They've purchased this thing, and they've gotten results out of it. And if I can't show you that, what does that tell you? It's like, oh, is this actually going to get me results? However, we've got shit tons of results. So you'll see me posting videos on the channel here about like someone that came through the program, made a shit ton of money because of the information that we taught them and how we coached them and how we basically changed their entire mindset and turned them into a successful person. That's something that I do because I know that people will buy from proof more than just talk. You know what I mean? And also, it's why I tell you all the time in probably every video that I've worked with some of the biggest companies in the world, because no other copywriter on YouTube can tell you who they've worked with. They're all like random, shitty, tiny companies. I can tell you because I've worked with big brands. And that tells you that I'm good enough to get on the radar of huge companies, right? Most people are full of shit. Let's get into this. People are skeptical as fuck. They've been burned before, so they do not trust claims, they trust proof. That is where demonstration comes in. Do not just say it works. Show them it works. Right there on the spot. I'm going to show you some sick examples here. If you can do that, you destroy the what if this doesn't work for me objection, because that's an objection, especially if you're selling something expensive. Like my coaching isn't really cheap. Like it's not $200, it's a couple of grand. And I want someone who's committed to come into that program, and I know for a fact that people are going to ask, what if this doesn't work for me? Like, what if what you have doesn't work for me? So to combat that objection, instead of me just talking circles around you like a politician, I will just show you that it works for you. I will just show you people from every walk of life, different jobs, different financial situations, different languages, different countries. It works time and time and time again. One of my biggest success stories is a guy called Jacob, and he literally became homeless for like, what was it, a couple of days or a couple of weeks. because his house got repossessed by, like, his family's house got repossessed, and so he came back into copywriting. Like, he had just started my program, and this happened, and I was just like, man, I'm gonna help you. Like, let's get this shit on. Like, you need to make money. This guy worked his balls off, and he's not even a native English speaker, and he became a copywriter, made like over 100 grand. You know what I mean? Like, this is something where I'm like, this guy can do it. Anybody can do it. So what if it doesn't work for me? Think about this in whatever context that you are selling a product. Like, does your skincare product work? Get a testimonial. Julie says, yes, this skincare made me look 10 years younger, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? You have to handle this objection in your copy. No guessing, no maybes, no doubt. Just, here's what it does, and here's it doing exactly that. Here's proof. Proof is so important. Trust is really reduced now in the modern world, especially like info products and shit like that, because there's just so many people out there who bullshit. There's so many people who've got burned from shit courses and shit gurus and stuff like that. And so trust is at an all-time low, so you just have to be smart. You just have to prove what you do. I think it kills off like shitty competitors who sell shitty products, because, you know, if you sell a product and it doesn't get any results, it's pretty obvious. Like, people can look at your sales page, or people can ask you, who have you gotten results for? And most of them can't. Most of them can't say they've got results for anybody, because what they do doesn't work. So it's good in that way, because it destroys shitty competition. Now, this works insanely well for physical products, info products, and tools with clear utility, right? Example, think about Mike Tyson. Think about the Dyson vacuum ads you've seen on TV. They don't waste time talking. This just shows, like, their ads. Like, if you've ever seen a Dyson, if you're not from the UK, or I don't know where, probably they've advertised everywhere. I need to take some water, man. It's been like, what, 43 minutes we're at in this section? I just thought about that Marco Rubio clip, if you've ever seen it, and Trump making fun of him for the water. I've watched a little bit of Trump the last couple of days. I'm not a Trump voter. I don't agree with the politics for a large part, but he's funny as fuck, man. Example, if that turns you off, by the way, I apologize. I'm a fence sitter politics wise, I'll be honest, because I just don't care. I care about making money. I care about my own life. I don't really care. I just look at things. I know politics is very divisive, so I just try not to talk about it. Trump's too funny though to ignore sometimes, which is a lesson we're gonna learn later in the course of why that's actually a really valuable thing. Example, think about the Dyson vacuum ads. I've just told you about this, right? If you haven't seen them, they show their product doing all this cool shit, right? They just show the Hoover ripping dust out of the carpet like it owes it money, right? You watch one and you think, my Hoover has never done that. My shitty little Henry Hoover has never done that. There's a Henry Hoover I'm looking at off camera here. You can't do that shit. James Dyson can beat a Hoover out of the place. You know, like, people will literally drop like 400 plus pounds or thousands of pounds or dollars on a Dyson. They do not give a shit about the airflow technology. You know, like, you'll see these sleek, you know, on the website, airflow technology, blah, blah, blah. They're not sold by that stuff. They saw it work. They saw how cool it was. They saw it's completely silent. It is a status symbol at this point because it's so expensive and it's so cool. It does things that are like, they have like outsized returns in terms of how people think about them. So like if a Hoover, what do we expect from all Hoovers? They are loud. They're annoying. Oh, you go over to your friend's house. He's got a bit of money. He's got a Dyson. His Dyson ain't making any money. Only thing making money in his house, or making noise in his house, is his wife. No, I'm only joking. I don't know why I sound like I'm like some old divorcee at the bar. Sometimes just giving out about women. I think it's funny. I love women. Women are great. If you're a woman watching this, please leave a comment. Hopefully I haven't turned you off by this point. But it's probably 90% men. So playing jokes to the crowd here a little bit. But you won't care about the airflow technology or this thing or whatever it is. You'll care about the noise, because everything has noise, and if your product doesn't have noise and it does the same thing, you've just immediately differentiated yourself. Same thing with info products. Give away one high value lesson. If they apply it and they make money, you've just proved your shit works, right? I'm giving you an entire fucking course. You watch my videos, my entire channel gives you everything you can need to make money with copywriting. The sell point of the thing that I sell, I don't sell like cheap, shitty courses that are like, like 47 step, blah, blah, blah. I might sell like one info product that's like templates and shit like that, because that's just easy. You can apply it and it's a small price you can pay and you can see what my stuff is like. But in terms of information, I'd rather give you all the courses for free. I have courses on more advanced stuff, and the reason I have additional courses inside my product is because it covers some of the basics, and then it also covers the more advanced shit that just on YouTube wouldn't do well. It would harm my channel to post stuff because it's so boring. It's just like tutorials and stuff like that. But it's the secret tutorials that will actually, it's the very important specific information that will teach you how to do shit that will make you money, which won't be shown on YouTube. And if I showed it on YouTube, realistically, everyone would use it, and then it wouldn't be as valuable, right? So the real sell of my program is that you work with me, you work with my team that I've vetted heavily, and you get to be around the other people who've bought in. So you're around a like-minded community of killers. If you apply it and make money, you've just proved that your shit works, right? They will think, if the free bit made me money, if the free bit taught me all this cool shit, what would the full thing do? And boom, sale made. Even those late night TV sealer products get this right. No hype, just someone slapping goo on a leaky pipe. You know those ads where it's like, I'm gonna show you how to stop your pipes from leaking. And then he drops a big fucking, slams some bit of goo or like a bit of sellotape or something on it. And it's like, wow, how did that work? It's incredible. You just show them what it does. Show them your product in action. It works because you see it work. If you can show it, do it. This one thing alone will make you more money than any clever sentence ever will. Visions and stories. Get paid by painting the picture. Again, if you haven't seen me talk about my little beautiful painting, you need to watch the full course. But if you did, I'm going to give you a little bit of that there, some detail. So vision and stories is very important, and I talk about Trump a lot here, and you think I'm a real Trump fan. I'm not. I just like analyzing the marketing of anyone in the sales. Trump uses vision and stories a lot. We're going to build a big beautiful wall, wow. Or big powerful guy, big strong guy, like always like adjectives attached to whatever he's talking about because it creates a vision. Or you see it's horrible what they're doing, it's terrible, people are feeling terrible. It's selling a vision, it's painting a picture. I'm gonna have to take a break at some point, but we're just gonna power through here because Mandem's voice is tired. Most people sounded like Kermit the fucking Frog there. Most people completely misunderstand storytelling. They think storytelling is about sharing nice little anecdotes or personal stories that nobody actually cares about. But here's the reality laid out plainly. Nobody is interested in your boring stories. Ever been telling a story to your mates and halfway through you realize they're barely listening? It's happened to everybody. It doesn't happen to me because I'm so entertaining and funny to be around. No, I'm joking. It happens to everyone. That is because your story wasn't relevant to them, or it wasn't interesting enough, or there wasn't a stake. There wasn't like stakes at the end. If I open a story, I have a story which I'm not gonna go into detail on, but I basically went on a date with this crazy girl who was a Trump fan in America, and the date ended up with her trying to hit me. And I promise you, I didn't do anything. It's a very funny story because I didn't do anything, and she just immediately I go on it in this date. She was a bit crazy the first night, but it was funny, and I was like, she was kind of like trying to spill my drinks on me and stuff. And I was like, what is wrong with this woman? But I was like, it's kind of funny as well. It doesn't usually happen. Second date I go, and I go to this bar, and she was a bit crazy. She basically like invited me to some bar on the second date. I went to the bar, and she's standing chatting to some other guy, and I'm like, oh. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't give a shit. I wasn't attached to her. It was like the second, I'd met her like 2 days before or something. And I was like, oh, this was a waste of time. I wasted on an Uber coming down here. I could have been out having fun with my friends. And I started walking away, and she's like, oh, she chases me over. She's like, what are you doing? I was like, well, you're with some guy. You told me to come down here. I was like, why would I come down here? And this was in New York, by the way. And she was like, "Oh, don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. I'm with this guy." And I was like, that is the biggest load of gaslighting I've ever seen. Like, how am I jealous? You've just invited me on a date, and then not even a date, just come and have a drink. And you're chatting to someone. It's stupid, right? So she's crazy, right? I wasn't thinking with my brain. I was thinking with another part of my body. Let's just be honest. And we get to the bar, and she's like, just talking shit, blah, blah, blah. And then she just stands back. She starts going like this, trying to slap me in the face. I was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "What are you doing?" And then she's like, "Oh." And then she walked away. And then I was like, "Fuck this, I'm leaving." She chases me out of the bar. And I was like, "What are you doing?" That was crazy. That was uncalled for. Like, you can't do that. I was just like, that is bizarre. And she's like, apologized, like comes over, like, oh, like trying to make up with me. I was like, Jesus, man. So I kind of walked for like another 5 minutes. I was like, that, you can't do that shit. And then like just as she had kind of like convinced me to like chill out, I wasn't freaked out, but she was just like, "Oh, stop worrying about it." And I was like, right, okay, fuck it. I was like, I'm already here. Fuck it. Let's just ignore. Very stupid move. And then again, like 2 minutes later, she just starts trying to swing for me again. I was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "You're a psycho. Leave me alone." Walked away. And so that's basically the story, right? But that story is interesting because usually when I tell that story, I preface it that, oh, some girl tried to hit me on a second date. Like, how did that happen? Like, what happened there? It's like, it creates intrigue, right? And the story is relevant because it's going to entertain the person, or it's funny, or there's some element of the story that they can learn from or find amusing, right? So if the story's not relevant, people don't care. Here's exactly why. People care about things that affect them directly, as I've just said. If your stories aren't immediately relevant to their audience, they will switch off straight away. If you want to earn real money with storytelling, your stories need to clearly achieve two things. Create a powerful, vivid vision in your audience's mind. I probably could have told that story better, but I actually didn't really want to tell it because I was like, I want to get on with this course, to be honest. It's like 53 minutes into this section. Trigger strong emotions that make them want to act immediately. Without a clear vision, your story is pointless. Here's exactly what I mean. When I was starting out as a copywriter, I had a client who sold online productivity training. Instead of writing a full generic sales page with productivity tips and techniques, I crafted a clear, vivid story. Imagine a guy called Steve, right? The story was about a guy called Steve. Steve works the usual 9-to-5 job and he absolutely hates it. Every morning he's woken by the 6 a.m. alarm. He sits in traffic, he works a job that bores him to tears, some corporate job, and then he drives home exhausted and he spends the entire evening scrolling mindlessly on his phone. Steve knows he's wasting his life, but he's not sure how to change things. He sees his mates around, doing well, starting businesses, buying nice cars, traveling the world, yet Steve feels totally stuck. Then one day his boss announces that there will be redundancies. What's happening here? Steve panics. He's managing financially just barely as it is, and he realizes he needs to seriously change something and fast. He decides to properly sort out his time management and productivity, and he begins working on a side business selling digital products. With the rapid execution method, which is how we package up this productivity offer that we were selling, Steve starts making progress immediately, like almost immediately he starts making progress. In a matter of months, he's earning more from his side business than his regular job ever paid him, and eventually he leaves his shitty job behind. Now Steve travels whenever he wants, he has no boss breathing down his neck, and finally he feels genuinely free. No more alarm clocks, no more commuting, no more dealing with difficult managers. All this pain has gone away. He is in total control over his life. Can you clearly visualize that? Probably. How many people do you think feel exactly like Steve does in this story? Well, because of advertising and content, we can make content towards people who are actually interested in a topic, or we can run ads to people who we think are interested, and if they click onto the story and the story is about something like this, you relate to that person. Almost everyone who's working a job that they don't enjoy can relate to Steve. When they hear Steve's story, they immediately see themselves in it. They feel Steve's frustration, they feel his anxiety, and then the excitement when he finally breaks free. It's the emotional connection that makes them buy. This is exactly how you use storytelling to sell. Create a vivid, relatable vision for your audience, trigger strong enough emotional reactions that prompt action, then directly connect these emotions to your offer. Stop wasting your time and your audiences with stories that they don't care about. Make it vivid, emotional, and relevant, and you'll start making proper money from your writing. Curiosity is a mental itch, right? This is going to be the next lesson. I'm going to take a pause here, 56 minutes of straight talking. What am I going to do in this break? I don't know. I'll probably just chill out, to be honest. Just sit on my phone and chill out for 5 minutes, and then I'll come back and drop the next section. So I will see you on this lesson. All right, so we're back. Curiosity is a mental itch, and if the reader cannot scratch it, it will drive them insane. So we need to learn how to build the itch into your copy, right? And make the only way to scratch it is to buy your thing, right? The only way to scratch the itch that you create in your copy is to purchase the product. So this works best for info products like emails, sales pages, or VSLs. This is whenever you're selling products that will promise a result based on information. So I'm selling you some secret information that you don't currently know about, and I'm going to make you really, really curious about what the information might be with a well-crafted piece of copy. Anywhere attention is high and friction is low, and there are 3 ways to pull off this curiosity itch, right? First way is curiosity, obviously. Never give them the full answer. Just enough to get their brain spinning, right? So you'll probably notice, if you've ever watched a YouTube video, there's a guy called Iman Gadzi, some of you'll know about, and he does a great job of constantly saying a lot without saying anything really. Like, he is the king of curiosity in the make money space that I can see. It's just constantly like promising you that you're going to learn this, you're going to learn this, and then you learn very little until you buy something from him, right? And an example here is, the bad example is how to get freelance copywriting clients fast, right? That's boring. Good is the 2-minute trick I used to land 6 clients in 6 days without a portfolio. So why is that better? Well, because the top one is just quite boring, and the bottom one is like, well, what's the 2-minute trick? That achieved like an insane result in a short time frame, and it only took 2 minutes. Like, what is the 2-minute trick? It's packaged up in a way that creates curiosity, right? Now they're thinking, what is the trick? How is it only 2 minutes? Will it work for me, right? As I said, that is the hook. Now they're in. And the second way we can do this is contrast. So take 2 things that don't go together, typically, stick them in the same sentence. Their brain will glitch trying to connect the dots, and that tension will create curiosity. Examples: how a nervous introvert beat 47 closers in a sales comp, right? So how did somebody who's shit at sales beat 47 other people in a sales competition? Why the worst performing email I ever wrote made $8,322. So this is where you create some sort of, and then whenever it comes to actually delivering on this thing, you know, for this example, you could write, okay, I wrote the worst performing email, so it got the lowest amount of opens. So I sent it out to 1,000 people. Typically we would get like 300 people open it, but on this one we only get 100. But the actual purchase rate on this email was really, really high compared to my other emails, right? So that's how you create a contrast. You say the worst thing I ever sent out actually made me the most money. And that's why it's interesting. The copy strategy I stole from a barista that closed a 5K client. It doesn't have to be clever, it just has to clash. Exotic hooks, this is the third way to do it. This is curiosity with flavor. Weird character, odd location, unexpected detail, right? This is how you introduce something bizarre into the mix. Example: this copy framework I learned from a Brazilian taxi driver, right? Because it's just like, why is he Brazilian? Or why is a taxi driver teaching you something that I've never heard of before? It creates curiosity. How a 73-year-old butcher made $900 in a weekend using 1 sentence from my course. You're just like, what the fuck is this? What does this even mean? I've never heard this in anyone else's sales pitch. The Persian rug technique that made my sales pitch convert at 9.3%. Right? You get the picture. They will think, what the fuck is that? And that's exactly what you want. You want to create curiosity, create an itch. Now, use bullets to distract this curiosity. 1 bullet equals 1 itch. 5 bullets, full body rash, right? So you can do this multiple times. So you can be like, in this course, I am going to teach you the Trump method for making money. I'm going to teach you the Persian candle method for acquiring clients. You know, shit like that. Like, I just looked at a candle off camera. I was like, just coming up with interesting ways to package systems or lessons, and then bulleting them into your copy will make it way more interesting. But don't overdo this, right? If everything is a mystery, nothing is. It just sounds like you're trying too hard. Save this shit for whenever you really want to move units. Boring, right? This is the next lesson. That was a really short one. boring is an interesting lesson. So by the way, we're about 250 slides into this section, and that means we're about halfway through. So if you've got a bit of AC/DC there, whoa, we're halfway there. Okay, I don't want to get like copyright striked for even, that was a cover of a good song. Most copy is boring. That's why people hate reading. And in a world where everyone is scrolling, bored equals dead. Like boredom is a crime on the internet. So if your copy is boring, I'm afraid you're going to attention jail. Whatever the fuck, that was a terrible joke. But boredom is a terrible thing on the internet because you have to make things interesting. So rule number 1 is don't be boring. That means be interesting, be entertaining, be worth paying attention to. How? Step 1, talk about shit people actually care about. So talking about stuff that's relevant and attaching it to whatever it is you talk about is going to make it way more interesting. So if you're talking about something like, let's say you have a business model and you attach it to something that's common right now, like AI, right? Let's say we're talking about AI. One way you could make AI more interesting is attach it to someone like Trump or someone like Elon Musk, someone who's like currently relevant for talking about that stuff. And now you've packaged it in a way that makes it more interesting. Their world, their problems, and their desires. Not your product. Nobody gives a shit about the product. They care about what it does for them. They just care about achieving a result. Make it about them always. Step 2, do interesting shit. Now I've put a couple of pictures on here, which is rare for this part of the section, but I'm gonna show you like just some interesting shit. Like something I heard a couple of years ago before when I was like 20 and I wanted to do interesting shit in my life. I wanted to travel the world. I knew there was so much stuff out there that I didn't even know. I wanted to have stories to tell. I wanted to just have things to talk about. Like I didn't want to live a really boring life because most of life is incredibly boring. So if you can take a period of your time and do interesting shit, and you don't even have to be like rich to do this. You can go to like Asia and enjoy funny things, right? But a couple of pictures here, right? One picture is me at Nusa Penida, which is really interesting, sick little spot in Bali. It's a tiny little island. You have to get on a little motorbike. You rent this motorbike for like £5 a day or whatever off the little local women. And I even have a funny story about this, stuff that I didn't even think about. Multiple things happened in that 24-hour period that were just interesting and wouldn't usually happen in my life. So we get on this little island. The boat to the island was like rocking like 24/7, going like both sides, and like water getting into the island, like into the boat. We were all like, what the fuck's going on? And then we get on and we rent these bikes for like £5 a day. And they were like, oh, 24 hours you get. So 24 hours, these little old ladies like rented us the bikes. And we took our motorcycles through this island, through all of these crazy roads. And it was so sick. It was like the coolest thing I've ever done. And on the way, you just see random shit that you would never see where I'm from. And one of the things was like these guys out like basically cockfighting, like getting these chickens to fight, and they had machetes and they were going to kill the chicken that didn't win or whatever, which is just like bizarre. And then like they're walking around with machetes. Me and my friend stopped to look at it, and we're like me and the guy in the picture here stopped to look at it, and then we're like, oh shit, they've got machetes, let's just bounce, because we didn't know like what was the crack with them, what they were doing. The photo on the right here, me in New York having a good time, and that day we drank a lot of whatever, I think that was a mimosa or something like that, champagne and orange juice. And I just remember eating the glass, just drinking like multiple of those in rapid fire. And we were outside and we were all just doing like Trump handshake. Trump's funny, right? I sound like a raging Trump fan in this whole presentation, but it's funny and it's relevant to copywriting, and I think it makes it more interesting. And yeah, we're all just doing Trump voice, and then this guy and his wife were like, you guys are so funny, man. And then I went and I was like, get over here, give me a handshake. And I accidentally pulled the guy off his chair because I didn't realize how hard I was trying to pull him. Because, you know, Trump does the pull. He handshakes you, but he pulls you in. You know, he pulls you in to be an alpha. And I pulled this guy in, and I was like, oh, fuck, sorry, man. And he was like, no, it's all right. You guys are hilarious. So that's two funny little stories from these two pictures, right? So if you do interesting shit, your stories become more interesting. You become a more interesting person. And I can't remember why I had this one. I think we got a $1 ticket to a really good show, and we just had a lot of fun at that show. And it was just, yeah. I have a story, but I can't tell you about that show. This one hurts, but it's true, right? If your life is boring, your writing will be too. Go live a mad life. Say yes to more. Travel, fight, win, lose, risk. Go and do something that you wouldn't typically do. Even if it's a little holiday, even if you can't like spend a whole lot of money or take a whole lot of time off, go fucking do something different. Go to your local city, go on a night out, talk to people you wouldn't otherwise talk to, do shit you wouldn't otherwise do. Let it open your mind up a little bit and do more interesting shit. Because if you live a really boring life and you're too lazy to go and do anything, or you make excuses of why you can't do things, you're not going to write interesting copy. You're not going to be an interesting person to be around and who can sell. Interesting life equals interesting stories equals interesting copy, right? Another cheat code. Talk about weird, exotic, or unexpected stuff. Anything out of the ordinary is worth writing about. And here is a real world example of this in action. 2016 Republican primaries. I know, but it's so good for examples. My guy is here again. 17 candidates, most had political experience, most played it safe, most were boring, right? Any of these guys you've seen, if you've ever seen these guys, they're so boring, no one cares. And then who comes up? Who shows up? How funny is this? Who shows up? The guy. Mr. T called people names. He said wild shit on TV. He was completely unpredictable every time he opened his mouth. And guess what? He dominated every headline. He didn't need to win debates. He won attention. He got billions of dollars in free media coverage. He didn't even, he completely self-funded his first campaign and he got billions in free media coverage because he just said wild shit and he went after people and he wasn't afraid. And I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just like, if you want to get attention online, you got to do shit that other people don't do. Because he understood one thing better than the rest. Do not be boring. Now, being entertainment is a little bit more tactical, being entertaining. Here's how you do that. I'm going to give you a couple examples. Short, punchy sentences. You've seen me do that throughout this presentation. Mix up your rhythm. So short, long, one word, back to short, right? Just mix up the cadence. Short line, big line, short line, big line, stuff like that, right? Avoid big, boring blocks of text. With AI, you can just do this a lot easier. So if you just pump out like paragraphs of work, just brain dump your copy out and then tell it to format it, make it look nicer. Use slang that your target audience will use. So if you're speaking to young men or Gen Z people, use Gen Z phrases. Don't use stuff that like 80-year-old boomers would say. Tell funny or crazy stories. So pretty obvious. Do fun shit. Write like you talk. I think I've already made a section on that in the mindset section. Break rules, so do things that typically people wouldn't do. This is where we talk about the grammar rules and stuff like shit that you would have learned in school. Use cliffhangers, which is how you make someone purchase. So you make them really, really excited. What is inside this product? And then they buy. And that's where the cliffhanger is paid off. And tease what's coming, right? So I've probably done that naturally in this course. I've told you, because I'm excited about all the other shit that I'm teaching, there is some sick shit coming up in this course. And I just constantly tease what's coming because I'm just like, it's interesting. I want you to keep watching because you're going to learn some good shit. Now, if you've ever read my emails, you'll see this in action. One line, then a longer one, then a one-word paragraph, then I flip it again. Why? Because it makes people keep reading. Every line should make them want to read the next. This is the whole game. Keep it unpredictable, keep it fun, keep it casual. Write how you speak and make it impossible to stop reading. And cliffhangers are absolutely massive. If you can get people to leave them on a cliffhanger with your promotional email, and the solution to the cliffhanger is for them to click and book a call or purchase something, that is huge. Example, so here it is, as in here is the product, here's the solution. Then boom, paragraph break, new section, and they're hooked, right? So you can do this throughout your copy, you don't have to do it at the end, but you do this throughout your copy and make people want to keep reading. They have to keep reading to find out what's next, right? Bottom line, boring kills sales. Being interesting builds loyalty. Being entertaining prints that fine money, baby. So don't be boring ever. Specific, right? Specific. Being specific is, what is this lesson about? I've written this. I don't know why I've written this. Obviously, it's about being specific, right? Seriously, specificity is one of the most underrated tools in copy. Most beginners think if I can keep it general, I'll appeal to more people. They try and talk to everybody, right? And you cannot do that. You have to pick a side. You have to pick someone. You just can't keep it general. The more general you are, the weaker your message. The more specific you are, the more it hits. So as I said earlier in this course, now there's probably times where I've like, I tell you, oh, like I'm not into Trump and all this shit. Like I'm not like, I'm genuinely I'm just being honest who I am, right? But at the start of this course, I said, oh yeah, so in one of the earlier lessons, if you're watching this as a separate video or anything, by the way, this is part of a huge course. But in one of the earlier lessons, I said, look, sorry, I know that some of you guys are like Christians or whatever, and you don't like when people swear, but I just swear, and that's who I am. And I feel like if I had tried to appease you with not swearing the entire time, you'd understand that I'm being fake, because it is in my natural cadence to go to a swear word sometimes. And so I'm not going to come out with like, oh, what the heck, or what the flip, because realistically, it's just a fucking word. It's just a word. It is just a sound that comes out of your mouth. Who gives a shit? It means the same thing as flip or heck, except it doesn't sound shit, right? You will appeal to fewer people, but the people that you do appeal to will feel like you're speaking directly to them. And those are the ones who actually buy. So here's a quick example. Let's say you're a business owner in the dating niche, right? You're hiring a copywriter. Two people apply. One says he's a copywriter and the other says he's a copywriter for the dating niche. Who are you picking? Obviously the specific one. Now apply that to your own writing. Your copy should feel like it was written for the exact person reading it. That is how you get people to think, shit, this is literally me. I need to purchase this product. Like everything is pointing to this is me. Let's break down a headline, right? Lose weight fast. How can we make that better? Lose 10 pounds fast. Lose 10 pounds in 3 weeks. Lose 10 pounds in 3 weeks without diet or exercise. So we're starting to introduce other things and making it way more specific to the person. Each one gets more specific and more powerful, and people don't want to think. We don't want to guess. We want to know that this thing is for me. People crave certainty. That's what like Facebook and all these huge companies that sell advertising is. They sell certainty to people, right? In their advertising. They make sure like an advertiser who wants to pay Facebook money to advertise is going to get clients, or they're going to get customers, because we can show you every possible number. We'll do the work for you. Guessing is work, work is friction, and friction means no sale. Your job is to remove all the guesswork and spell out exactly why someone should buy. Here's another one. Copywriter. Copywriter in the fitness niche. Copywriter who helps busy fitness entrepreneurs make more money while working less. The last one is laser targeted, right? You can see the difference. If I'm a busy fitness entrepreneur, I'm in. It feels like this was written specifically for me. That is the power of specificity, right? And it goes beyond copy. Your offer, your positioning, your entire brand. Do not try and please everyone. Please the right people. Dial it in, own your lane, and go all in on the niche that feeds you. There is enough out there. There are enough people out there for you to build an empire. Like there are literally billions of human beings on the planet. You just need to make the right people feel like you are the one. And that starts by being specific. Always. Social proof. This is a new lesson. Again, this background should have been blue, but it's not. Social proof makes you believable, right? This lesson is all about social proof. This isn't a pure writing tactic, right? But it makes your copy stronger. Way stronger. This is called social proof. You should know what this is already, but if you don't, I'll cover it here. It's one of the easiest ways to kill skepticism. So skepticism is high in online marketing at the moment. People need more proof to buy shit because everyone's selling stuff. They're constantly bombarded by ads. Social proof is stuff like testimonials, screenshots, reviews, and case studies. So anything that shows another human being like actually got results from your product is social proof. Anything that shows other human beings benefiting from the thing that you sell. As I said here, right? Why does it work? Because people don't believe what you say. In general, you have to prove it. You always have to prove it. They believe what others say about you. That is just how we're wired, right? We trust strangers more than we trust a sales pitch. Think about how you shop on Amazon, right? You don't trust the listing, you trust the reviews. Same goes for your product or service. You can say whatever you want, but if you show real people backing it up, people believe it. If you see real people backing up the thing and they're unbiased, they're just random people, they look like you, they sound like you, you're more likely to purchase. This actually works specifically with, this is really interesting, right? So whenever you're creating, like, let's say you're creating a webinar or a sales page or something to sell people, and you're trying to target a lot of people. Let's say it is quite a wide product you're selling. You should sell something where you have testimonials from people that are of different ethnicities, genders, locations, right? And the reason for that is, let's say you have a woman in the United States and she's watching the video. If you have a female from the United States in your testimonial things like this lady got blah, 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 that shows the viewer, that shows that specific type of viewer, like a female in the United States, hey, someone like you has got this exact result before. It doesn't just mean, because let's say it's for me, right? Let's say I'm teaching you how to write copy. I have hundreds and hundreds of case studies and testimonials of people that have taken my programs and gotten results, right? I have women, I have guys, I have black people, I have Indian people, I have white people, I have anyone from anywhere in the world, right? And I'm happy to post these testimonials because I know that there are people from all over the world watching my videos, and I don't want you to think that you can only succeed if you're a white Irish guy with lovely hair, right? I want you to understand that you can succeed no matter where you're from. And so that's why I post results from people who are from all these different places. Now, I don't really do that intentionally. Those are just people who join the program. People join from all over the world and get results, so I post them. But like, if you understand, let's say you only have a limited amount of results that you can show in your presentation, like you can show 3. You might show like a young white dude, you might show an older Indian man, you might show a woman from Europe, right? Cover the amount of people that will be watching the webinar, like show the people on screen that the person watching will relate to, right? So if you know that you're targeting young white dudes, show results of young white dudes. I use this on all my sales pages. Claims first, testimonials right after. That pattern just works. Once you start looking for it, you'll see it everywhere. Every serious business uses social proof because it works. But there is a catch. It has to be real, right? If it looks fake or forced, it backfires. I don't really know how you could probably do this with AI. I've never ever had to force social proof. I've seen some people, like a good example of fake social proof is a guy called V-Shred, who is a fitness guy, and he ran these ads where it looked like he was being interviewed on Joe Rogan because he set the background to what a guest looks like, the background a guest would have on Joe Rogan. Everyone called him out for it. Now, he probably got a lot of attention for it, which is good if you're a marketer, but he also faked social proof. Like, he faked that he was on this popular podcast, which means he got a lot of shit and he possibly lost buyers for it, right? People will sense this bullshit instantly, so this guy got caught out immediately. And now they don't just doubt your product, they doubt you as an individual, which you don't want happening. You want to make sure that they trust you. So you have to just be honest with people, right? If you don't have good shit to sell, make good shit, right? It just takes a bit of time, it takes a bit of effort. That kills the sale. So don't fake anything, ever. It's not worth it. Only use stuff that's honest, specific, and believable. Even better if it includes pictures, names, or exact outcomes, and videos specifically are the best because they show that it's a real person, right? Especially if you're selling physical product, right? Show people what it looks like in the real world. Show like a product demo, because if people see it in a natural setting, like a person actually using it day to day, they're way more likely to want to use it because they see like, okay, this is a real product. It sets off something in our like social senses that we see it being used by a real person. Bottom line, wherever you can add social proof, do it. It builds trust, it removes doubt, and it makes buying feel safer. That is the entire goal. Make it feel safe to say yes. Know them or lose. Now, there's a new section. This is all about research, right? And this is the most important part of the whole game. Not writing, not persuasion tricks, research. Most beginner copywriters skip this because it's not sexy. But if you skip doing research, you will lose, right? You can have the best writing in the world, but if you don't understand your market, you're just guessing. And the guy who knows the market will beat you every time. The guy who's researched will just beat you. And thanks to AI, you can do a lot of this shit like way faster than it used to take. I used to like go through like Facebook comments to do research for myself, or YouTube comments, or any comments or communities. And now you can basically, instead of like trawling through each individual comment, you can go on a page, you can load up as many comments, you just take them all, copy, paste, send it into ChatGPT and tell it, hey, tell me what the top 3 pain points of the audience are here, right? And it can do that for you, a lot of the speed. Research is the secret sauce. It's what separates broke writers from rich ones. When I did freelance copy, I spent 80% of my time on research and 20% writing. You can now do this a lot faster, but you still have to do it. You still have to spend a bit of time and make sure you get quality research done. And that is not coincidence, that is how it's actually done. Before you sell a product, understand why someone would buy it. That is the key question. Forget trends, forget hot products. Think in markets, right? Not products. Markets last, products fade. Dog lovers, gym bros, skincare junkies, new moms, these are markets. They never go away. They never stop buying. So people, they're always going to be gym bros, but they're not the same products over time. I mean, if you looked at products 20 years ago for gym bros, I would imagine they're completely different than they are now. I remember specifically protein bars, when they first came out, they tasted like dog shit. But now they're like a huge product because companies had enough time to produce them and make them taste nice, right? Start with the market, then find out what they already want. That is how you win there. So let's talk about how to research. Step one, forums. Search your niche plus forums. So whatever, let's say you're going to gym bros, just go to gym things. And I have videos, look for videos on my channel about like how to use Trustpilot to make money or how to use Reddit. I have so many videos on my channel with so much value, specific shit, interesting shit. I have a video on how to do this. So go to places like Reddit and search for whatever niche you're in, forum, right? Forums are gold mines. People rant, they vent, they overshare, all in their own words. They will literally tell you all their private information without saying their name and stuff, but they'll tell you like all their problems and pain points because they just want to talk about it, right? They just want to talk about it with other people, even if it's anonymously. But this will teach you a lot about your market. This will tell you what they actually care about. You will learn their pains, you'll learn their language, you'll learn their dreams. I once wrote for a supplement company targeting 40 to 65-year-old women. My copy flopped, right? Because I didn't know what they cared about. So I hit the forums, right? I went back, I had to redo this shit. I went back, I looked up weight loss, chronic fatigue, health stuff, shit that they would care about, right? Or where they're going to be posting. And after a few hours of reading, I knew exactly how they thought. My copy went from dead to deadly. Very good. That is the power of market research. Same applies to literally any niche. Find out what they're talking about, find what they're buying, find what keeps them showing up. Patterns equal profit. If you can get good at pattern spotting and pattern analyzation is not even a fucking word, analyzing patterns on the internet and understanding what people want, you know what to sell them and you can make a shit ton of money. Other research methods are Facebook groups, as I said, Reddit, Twitter. Twitter's a good one, everyone shares their fucking opinion on there for some reason. Amazon reviews and talking directly to customers. Seriously, just talk to people. Get on calls if you have to, speak to people in the DMs, ask questions and listen more than you speak. If you want practical understanding of how to do this, go to dropshipping forums or something where people are trying to get help with something and say, hey, look, I'm looking at solving this problem for people. I'm open to doing it for free. Please tell me what your problem is. Why is it not working? How can I go out and solve this for you completely free? And now you start to get to know your target customer, right? Ask questions like, what do they want? What are they afraid of? What are they buying? What would they kill to have? What pisses them off about current products and what keeps them up at night, right? If you could even take this screenshot, put it in the chat GPT and say, right, these are my template questions for whenever I'm writing copy, right? Build a full profile. You need to understand their name, their age, their goals, their fears, their hobbies, their values, and their beliefs. And even more information would be valuable. These are the main ones, but know them better than they know themselves. Then and only then can you write copy that actually hits. Copy that makes them say, holy shit, it's like this was written for me. Because it was, because you know who you're writing for. That is how you write copy that sells. You don't write it, you completely assemble it from their words, not yours. The ones who do this are literally the best copywriters in the world, and the ones who don't are broke. They're too lazy to do a little bit of research, and so their copy is shit, right? Don't be one of them. Next, fucking lesson. I'm gonna take a sip of water here. Use human nature to sell to people. Before we get into tactics, you need to understand this. Great copy is built on human nature because human nature doesn't change. It's been the same since people lived in caves. It's the same now. It'll still be the same when we're all wiped out, right? That makes it predictable. Human behavior is predictable. Predictable equals profitable. If you understand how people actually think, you can write words that make them act. This isn't some magical talent, it's a skill. You can learn it. You can learn the skill of understanding human nature. And here's what matters. People don't think logically. You need to learn how to think in specific types of people's brains. So guys are motivated by slightly different things than girls. Older people are motivated by different things than younger people. Young guys are motivated by fast cars and money and watches and shit like that. Older people don't really care about that stuff. They're cared about their family, about their health, blah, blah, blah. Different shit, right? They act based on emotion, instinct, and ego. And you can use that to your advantage. Some people just get people, right? They pick up on things that other people miss, and this is because they understand how humans work. So let's break it down. These are some things that almost everyone wants. There are some things that almost everyone wants. There are some things that almost everyone fears, and they're different for men and women, as I've said. So let's look at the male brain first. Most men want to look stronger, make more money, have freedom, be good with people, get girls, marry someone of high value in their mind. I fucking hate that word. Be respected. And most men fear looking weak, basically the opposite, being broke, getting stuck in a shit boring job, being awkward, never finding someone, being seen as a loser, being disrespected, right? Let's go to women. Most women fear, okay? Most women want to be more attractive. I don't know why the fuck, there was someone has fucked up a slide there. Right, most women want to be more attractive, get in shape, find a high value man, I hate that word, have and protect kids, be socially accepted, feel loved, and they fear looking ugly, looking worse than their friends, gaining weight, being lonely, losing children, feeling left out. And these desires and fears are deeply wired. So you see how they're fairly similar for both people. They're not the exact same, but they're fairly similar, right? And the fears are pretty much just the opposite of the dreams. They are not surface level. They're instinctual. And that makes them more powerful. You can fight human nature, or you can use it to sell, right? Top marketers do not sell logic. They sell emotion. They don't talk about features. They press on fear and desire, the things that you really care about. They don't guess what people care about. They know it already because it's built in. That is why the biggest markets in the world are health, wealth, and relationships. These are the deepest, most primal things that people worry about. Who are they around? Are the people that they're around good? Do they have enough resources and money? And are they healthy? The most just like core drivers of how people make decisions, right? They all tap into deep emotional instincts. You want to write copy that prints money, right to the people, right to the brain that people actually have, right? People have this little monkey brain, not the one that you pretend to have. So most people do not think logically. They think about the core things that scare them and that they desire, right? And that is how you win with words. Okay, now we're on the lesson called Get in Their World. And just before I do that, I want to tell you that it's been about a week since I filmed the last section of this course. I was supposed to film it straight after, and then I didn't. But look at this shit. How cool is this? Down here, up here, up here, up here. So I set up a new video stream thing. My quality of my video probably a little bit down, but the speed at which I can move is much faster, and that is the most important thing. Production should still look nice. So let's get into this lesson. Get in their world. You cannot force someone to read your copy. You're not putting a gun to their head. So why would someone read all the way through? Well, because they actually want to. And no, it's not because they love reading ads. Nobody wants to read ads. It's because they love reading about themselves. That is the secret. People are obsessed with their own problems, their own fears, their own pain, their own goals. And if you tap into that, you're able to win, right? So let me give you a real example of this, how you can make people want to read about themselves. I wrote copy for a skincare brand once, right? Their target market was women over 40 who are obsessed with anti-aging. Not my world at all. I'm a young man. I'm fresh, even though I have eye bags right now because, you know, been working late recently. I know how to study one, right? I know how to study people. So I didn't need to be the customer. I just needed to know what they couldn't stop thinking about. So I hit the forums, I watched all the routines, I scanned every Amazon routine, and one line kept popping up. My face looks fine, but my neck gives me away. So I wrote the headline, your neck is aging twice as fast as your face. Here's why. Sales literally rolled in for this brand because I wasn't writing as a skincare nerd. right? As somebody who's like really obsessed with skincare, I was writing like somebody who understood them better than their own mirror because it was actually using what they gave me. And if your copy hits what they care about, you can mess up, right? You can break rules, you can write rough, but you will still make money if you know who you're writing for. People don't care about your brand. They don't care about your journey. They don't care about your features. They care about themselves. So if you can use their words in your copy, you will succeed. So figure out what keeps them up at night, what are the big problems that they think about, and if you can dial those in, you'll get people's attention. I see it when I look at ads myself. There are problems, you're always facing problems in business and life, and I see an ad and I'm like, whoa, I look at everything like a copywriter now, which is how you should start to look at your social media. Like, how is everything positioned to get your attention or make you interested in buying something? So trying to think of an example. I know Iman Gadzi's running a lot of ads to business owners right now, and because I have a coaching business, I get targeted with those ads. And one of the ads is like, if you're stuck in the info middle class, and it's like if you're making basically $30,000 to $150,000 a month, you're in the middle class of the info businesses, and I'm going to help you make millions a month. You know what I mean? And that was pretty interesting because a lot of people do get stuck in like this 30K to 100K a month range, 150K a month range, which is to me incredible money because it's $30,000 a month ain't nothing to laugh at. But obviously there are people making millions, but he taps into this pain point that people are stuck in this phase because it is a very common point where a lot of business owners get stuck at, and he's able to target that with his ads. So figure out what pisses people off, what they're scared to say out loud. This is really evident in politics. If you see, like, it doesn't even have to be ads, but if you see people sharing stories about, oh, I can't believe this thing happened. All these people are, like people will get really pissed off, whatever political belief. I'm not even going to bring them up because I don't want to get like demonetized or whatever, or I don't even want to talk about it. I don't care about politics very much. But like anything, you just go on Instagram right now and look up someone you know is into politics. They're probably sharing shit that is like, oh, I'm really pissed off about this thing. This person said this thing and it annoyed me. Or someone said something that, like Trump was good at saying stuff that a lot of people could relate to, but never would say out loud. And he was able to get away with it, and like it got a lot of people to vote for him because he was like, oh, he doesn't speak like a politician. You know what I mean? And this really appealed to a lot of people. So write about that stuff, get in their world, and they will follow you to the checkout, right? End of section. End of the fundamental section. Shock people. This section we're going to cover writing tactics. So the last one was all about writing fundamentals. Now I'm going to go over a shit ton of writing tactics for you that you can just apply. First one is called shock people, right? Most emails get ignored. Why? Because they're boring. People skim their inbox like zombies. Have you ever went into your inbox excited? Your email inbox, that is. No, probably not. But one word can snap them out of autopilot. Fat bitch diarrhea marketing. You might have laughed. So did they. If this comes up in your inbox, you'll be like, what in the fuck is this? You'll have no idea. Like, I guarantee you, nobody else has sent you that as a subject line, right? You'll get people to click because it's not normal. It's not safe. It's not expected. It's a pattern interrupt. And it's something that smashes through the noise and says, look at me, which is what you want your marketing to do. The whole point of you watching this course is you learn how to become a marketer that is self-sufficient. You can make money from your laptop. And the whole point of marketing is being able to stand out. So if that is not your core primary skill that you learn how to get good at, then you're not going to succeed as a marketer. And you're going to have to go back to whatever job you don't want to go back to, just like I had, right? I didn't have to go back to my job because I just focused on getting good at marketing, right? So that's what I want to show you here. Words like explosive, disgusting, brutal, insane, and deadly. Used sparingly will slap the brain awake, but do not spam them. If you use them over and over again, like anything I teach you in this course, if you overdo it, it won't work, right? This trick isn't clever, it is primal. You are hijacking their curiosity, right? And in a world full of filters and bullshit on Instagram, being unfiltered is what gets the cash. In this entire course, I have tried my absolute best to just be myself and not fake it, because I am sick of watching YouTube videos where people are like giving you a tutorial or trying to teach you something, and they're clearly like acting like someone who they aren't. Like they're just completely like, they're like a newsreader. They're like, I'm gonna show you guys today this 48-step system to eating your own shit. And that's basically how they talk. It's so frustrating. Being raw and being unfiltered is what gets the cash. Shock equals attention. Attention equals clicks, and clicks equals money. Use it wisely, right? Attention is the currency of the world now. You have to understand this. And as someone who, if you're starting off with like no money or little money and no experience, if you understand how to get attention, you have outsized returns available to you. Like you can seriously make a disproportionate amount of money based on the work that you do because you know how to use attention. If you know how to use it, if you know how to learn how to use attention, seriously, you'll become like fucking rich. Like people like Jake Paul, for example, know how to get attention. They will draw hate upon themselves and make a shitload of money from it. Most people don't want to do that because it's not typical. Like, why would you want to get hate? But Jake Paul understands, hey, look, if I just get some hate, but like I get to make a shit ton of money out of it, eventually he makes enough money where he becomes more likable. And like generally I've seen that happen. Some other people, like, you don't need to look very far on the internet. Literally open your phone and you'll see people that people hate. People hate Trump. People hate Hillary. People hate like whoever's a big politician. People are going to hate them. But if you get attention, attention means ad revenue. Attention means selling your products. Attention means people following you and buying stuff from you. Attention means you getting on podcasts. Attention means people referencing you in their own videos. If people's attention and eyeballs are on you, you benefit, right? As long as there's some rare instances where it's not going to be applicable, but you're not going to do it. You're not going to commit heinous crimes, you know what I mean, to get attention. You're just going to do some silly shit or use your words in a way that gets people's attention. Use this when it matters, right? Say more by writing less. By the way, there's about 238 slides in this section, I believe. So I'm going to raw dog and go through as many of these as I can in one sitting because it's currently, when the last section I recorded a little mini bit of a section and it was like a day or two ago. I'm not going to lie. I went out my first night drinking in quite a while and I went to see Zach Bryan, country singer, and boy did I have a lot of alcohol. I would tell you some stories here, but you're here for the copywriting stuff and I've told a lot of stories. But yeah, I had a lot of alcohol. I took some of those little Zins, you know, the nicotine things you put up there. They're, you know, buy them in a shop or whatever. I'm not a crime guy, but oh man, they were not good. So that's me off alcohol. You can probably tell I'm a little bit less energetic than I was last week because last week I wasn't hungover. But look, while I'm a little bit hungover, it won't happen again. But I am enjoying going through this course. So, say more by writing less. Right, let's go. People do not like reading. I mean, this should be an understandable fact. They hate long copy, so stop writing like an academic. Here is the rule. Now, when I say they hate long copy, it doesn't mean you can't write long sales pages or long ads or long videos, but like it has to be entertaining the whole way through. So here's the rule. Say everything necessary and say nothing else, right? That is called brevity. Maximum meaning, minimum words, and most people write like they're trying to hit a word count, right? They literally try and write as much bullshit as they can. You need to say that people's attention is like, you have like major corporations trying to get your attention. Why would they give a shit about your copy? You know what I mean? Because someone has a choice at any point between reading your copy and watching Netflix or watching YouTube or not being on their phone or scrolling on Instagram. Like, they have countless opportunities to look away from you. So you need to understand how to actually get attention and keep the attention by using brevity, right? Short as possible. But you don't have to make it really short, but you have to keep it as short as possible. So always look through. We'll talk about this later in this section about editing. Most people write like they're trying to hit a word count, right? So don't do that. You're not in school anymore. You are in business. Long copy gets skipped, right? People don't read your copy and then they don't pay you. Short, punchy copy gets read. Why do you think this entire presentation is one-liners? Because it's more entertaining. There's always something changing. Sales only happen when something gets read. It's always changing until I start telling a stupid fucking story about like a night out or something that I did. But look, I think it's funny. I think it's funny. So, sales only happen when something gets read. How do you write with brevity? Number one, ruthlessly cut the fluff. If it doesn't add value, delete it. If you've got random thoughts in your head, right, good for you. If they don't serve a purpose, cut them. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit more depth here on why in this course you see me telling these stories, because you would imagine I would follow the rule that I'm telling you here. But this requires context, and some of these lessons do require context, because a lot of people will tell you like general advice about business or whatever, and they'll leave out the context. So a video like this, right, it's a couple of hours long. Like, you have decided you're going to watch a couple of hours long. If you're still watching this, bravo. Comment something funny, like comment your favorite beer, if you can drink beer. Or if you don't drink beer, comment your favorite beverage. I don't know why you do that. It'd be a bit boring. But in this course, my reasoning for being a bit raw and talking a bit of shit off the cuff is that I think that people value, in this particular instance, people value conversation. They value more authenticity. So that's why in this video, I'm not trying to constantly hit you with bullet points and be so boring and just not talk shit. I've watched courses like this myself, and I've played like PlayStation, or I've like sat and done something else, and I've had this on in the background, and I really enjoy it. Or even go for walks. If you're walking right now, or if you're doing something right now, it would be sick if you could leave a comment. I would love to know if you're playing PlayStation, or if you're out walking, or if you whatever you're doing. Leave a comment, because it would be so interesting to see how many of you are actually doing that. But in this particular instance, my job is to stand out, right? You see all the other copywritten courses on YouTube, it's people going through, they're not really adding much personality, or it's just boring in my opinion. And I want to make videos that I would watch. And this is the type of shit that I would watch, right? But in general, in your copy, when you're writing things on a scroll wheel, so people are scrolling through and they see it, you want to be short as possible, because the context there is that they're scrolling. This video, you're just watching it. It's a long video. You know, you've already kind of decided you're going to watch this video. Whereas on a scroll, people are scrolling. They don't want to sit on anything too long. They have a short attention span in that context. Number two, spot the filler words. Common offender is that. I was going so fast that I thought I was flying. Becomes I was going so fast I thought I was flying. Now, to even increase your speed here, you should be using AI. I'm going to drop a full course on AI copywriting and how you can use it. But you could use AI and you could write like what I'm telling you. If you're writing this shit down, if you've got notes, you could write down, yo, this is the lesson. Now go through the piece of copy that I've just written and remove filler words, or improve the brevity. You'd be amazed at what ChatGPT can do. Now, I'm not telling you to write copy. I'm going to get into this in a new video, because this is a whole big topic. But you can write AI copy, but it's better to write it yourself and then have AI help you with the tweaks. Or prompt AI to write it and then tweak it heavily. If you don't tweak it heavily, you're screwed. Okay. Back here. I just went AWOL there. Okay. Cleaner, sharper, other shit. So these are, some of this is like shittily formatted. I gotta, what's that word? Scream at somebody on my team. No, I'm not gonna do that. Other shit, so other words, shit words, just really very kinda actually basically strip it all out. Number three, avoid passive voice. Passive, the product was sold. Active, we sold the product. It hits harder. We did it. I did this. Not this was done. All right? Makes sense faster. 4, use short, punchy sentences. I've said this before. Copywriting helps businesses persuade. Not, a great way to make money is by writing copy as a freelancer, because, you know, it's too much. Too much. Edit like a psychopath. Now, I wanted to talk about this. Your first draft is probably bloated. When I say probably, I mean 100% guaranteed, definitely bloated, right? Go back, cut, tighten, sharpen, trim the fat like you're on prep, right? Brevity is a muscle. Train it, use it, respect your reader's time, say more by saying less. The only copywriting structures you'll ever need. New lesson, right? Every piece of copy that actually makes money follows one simple formula. Hook, body, call to action. That's it. Every single piece of copy you will see. Hook, body, call to action. If you overcomplicate it, you're just getting in your own way. The hook is the most important. It's the first thing they see. If it's weak, they're gone. It doesn't matter how good your offer is, they won't even see it. In a sales letter, the hook is the headline. In an email, it's the subject line. On a landing page, it's whatever is above the fold, right? It needs to grab their eyeballs and make them need to know more, right? If it doesn't, you've already lost. Your hook is the most important part of anything you write because it gets attention. If you can't get their attention initially, they won't buy in to watch the rest. Watch or listen or read the rest, right? Next up, the body. This is where you do the heavy lifting. So this is the main part of copywriting. Tell stories, build belief, break objections, highlight benefits, hammer home what life could be like if they say yes. There's so many things. We've already covered a lot of this stuff already in the course, but I just want to show you the structure. So the body is where a lot of the magic happens. It's where you tell the story. It's where you sell them on the dream of whatever it is they were going to buy. Like your skin is going to be so much clearer with this product, blah, blah, blah. And your job here is to guide them from maybe to holy shit, I need this, right? Then we end with the CTA. This is the kill shot. Tell them exactly what to do. Click this, buy now, book a call, whatever it might be, right? No CTA equals no sale. So don't be soft. If you don't do a call to action, you're not making money. You have to call to action at the end. Make it super clear. Click this big red button to buy the thing. Click this button below to watch the video. Right? Be direct. This is how you make money. That's the basic skeleton, right? Now let's layer on 2 killer structures that you can put into this, right? You can plug these in and write faster and sell harder, right? ADA. This is the classic that still works, right? And this is about getting attention. Interest, desire, action, and attention, right? So let me just go back. So attention's the first one. AIDA, attention, interest, desire, and action, right? So let's start with attention, your hook. Punch them in the face with a bold statement, question, or a pattern break. So something that they haven't seen before. Make them stop scrolling. Then move to interest, right? So what's in it for them? Why would they continue to watch this? Why should they keep reading? You can tease the result by saying, it's incredible. The results that we've gotten with this marketing platform are so incredible that Patrick made 200K in 3 days with his offer. And then you're like, holy shit, how did Patrick make 300K in 2 days? You've got their attention. You've got their intention, you've got their interest, and you're teasing the result, right? And then hint at the solution, which builds momentum. And now the next section is all about desire. This is the meat. Make them know, make them want what you've got, right? Speak to their dreams. So understanding this goes back to our part about research and knowing the customer. If you speak to the person who is reading this or watching whatever it is you've written, if you're speaking to them and you understand what their dreams are and what their fears are, this is what you do it, right? Their fears, their future. You can use testimonials of people that look like them or sound like them, and they will be more likely to purchase, right? Use specifics, make it real, and then hit them with action. This is where you say, okay, here's the deal. Here's what you get. Here's how to get it. Now go, right? Here's your call to action, right? No fluff, just facts, urgency, and a link. PAS is another solution, right? Another copywriting structure. This is the one that cuts deep. The first part of PAS is problem, right? And then it's agitation and solution, right? So problem, agitation, solution. I remember hearing this referred to as the cut and bandage method, where you basically create a cut by talking about their problem. You put your finger in the cut, you agitate how bad it is, and then you solve it with your product, right? This one hits a bit harder. So use this whenever the product solves a painful issue. Start with a problem. What is keeping them up at night? Let's say you have irritable bowels and I sell you some tablet that helps you with that, right? So you're stuck every single night. You have to get up and you go to the bathroom. Like, this is literally what's keeping them up at night, like physically, literally and figuratively. This is what keeps them up at night, right? What is eating at them every day? The fact that they have to go to the bathroom 400 times a day. Call it out loud and clear. Then agitate it. Say, look, isn't it so horrible? Like, this is really, really horrible. Like, you shouldn't stand for this. You shouldn't have to deal with this shit, right? Make them really, really feel it. Sorry, my eyes absolutely killing me here. Remind them how much this sucks, right? And show them what happens if they don't fix it. I remember hearing this really good story by Ben Settle, right? He wrote this, he's like a copywriter. I had him on my channel before, actually. It was a big deal. So this guy wrote a story about this comedian called Patrice O'Neill, who's a really big, famous comedian, and you might know him. And he basically had this, he ate quite a lot of food. I think it was Patrice O'Neill. Yeah, it was Patrice. He ate quite a lot of food and just lived a really unhealthy lifestyle. And then he ended up having this really horrible condition that kind of paralyzed him, and he ended up dying from it. And Ben used this story, or I think he knew someone who used this story to sell a product for people who were at risk of that problem. So they were really unhealthy. Somehow they had gotten onto this email list, and they needed a solution to their problem. And Ben said that this story really helped because it talked about this comedian who was really well talented, but he ate really unhealthily, and then he had this really horrible health condition. You really talk about how bad it was. It was paralyzing. He couldn't do his job. He couldn't do anything, and then he died from it, which is a result. And then say, you don't want that problem by selling the solution, right? If your solution solves that for them, that's why you trust the knife. Because if they legitimately have a problem that you really like, they need to solve, and if your product genuinely helps them, like, you should be selling it to them. You have to make money. Businesses make money. We're living in a capital society. It would be lovely to just give it away for free. People aren't going to be motivated to come up with solutions for things for free. So sell it to them. Don't be afraid of selling it to them. This is where emotion sells. And finally, solution. This is the last part of pass. Show up like a savior. Your product is their way out, their escape, their relief, their answer. Then lead them straight into the CTA and close. Final word here. Most copy that doesn't sell fails for one simple reason. There is no structure, no direction, no spine, no hook, right? Hook, body, call to action. Sorry, some of these could be better organized, some of these slides, right? So we have hook, body, call to action. That is the spine. ADA and pass, those are your weapons of mass destruction. Learn them, use them, and stack the cash. End of story, right? Infotainment, how to make people read your shit. Right, I'm gonna take a little sip of water here. I was gonna pause, but I think I'm gonna stick through it, right? So as we've said multiple times in this section already, most people don't want to read. It's boring. Not because they're stupid, because they're bored. Who wants to read? Reading takes effort, takes focus, and in a world where TikTok and other distractions are 2 seconds away, good luck holding their attention with dry, boring, serious copy, right? So what do? You combine value with fun. So if you're talking about something that's value related, like a lot of info businesses, you make it more fun. Info and entertainment equals infotainment. That is the move. You still teach, you still sell, but you do it in a way that makes people laugh. Or it raises an eyebrow. Or it pisses them off. And that's when they actually stick around and read, right? Because they're entertained. If you can keep people entertained, if you can make people laugh, their guard is down and they're more likely to listen to what you have to say. Great comedians know this. Great political people know this. You gotta admit, like, regardless of what you think of Trump, I'm not a voter. I'm not a person who's like even interested in politics. But like, the guy entertains you, and then you listen to him more. That's literally how I got elected the first time, right? I just use him so many times because he's such an example of sales. Like, he is just a salesman through and through, and there's so much you can learn. But the guy like entertains, and then people are listening to him, and then he talks about whatever shit he wants to talk about, right? When they're entertained, they buy, right? It's the same for buying, whether it's giving you attention or actually buying products. If you make them laugh or you entertain them, they'll buy more. This isn't about being a clown, right? It's about sneaking vegetables into the pizza. Teaching them something that helps while they don't even realize they're being taught. You're slipping the lesson in between the jokes, the stories, and the sass, and that is how you sell without sounding like a salesperson. You can write 100 boring facts or one great story with a punchline and a lesson. Which one do you think converts better? Exactly. So write like you're talking shit with your mate, make them laugh, and then hit them with the sale. Hit them with the sale, right? It works. The editing rule that makes you money. I wonder what point we're at in the course. I have no idea. There are a lot of lessons in here. Okay, so editing. Writing copy isn't the hard part, right? Editing it is. Most people stop at the first draft, right? That is why their copy is shit. The best copy is brutal, tight, precise, and there's no wasted words. So there's no fluff, there's only what sells. And step one for this section is research first. So we've talked about this over and over again, but I want to drill it home here. You always have to research. You don't write great copy, you build it from research. You just put it together from what you've researched. Your market tells you what to say. Their fears, their desires, insecurities, use it all, right? If your research is weak, your copy is going to be weak. That's just a fact. Step two, dump it all out, right? Your first draft should be messy. Even when I speak to ChatGPT, if I'm like putting something out, I just brain dump all the information I have and what I want, and then I get a response, right? Long, bloated, and that's fine, right? If that's your first draft, that's fine. Put everything on the page. You will cut it later. Step three, step away. Don't edit while you write, right? So step away for a while and then come back and edit it later, right? With fresh eyes. New mindset, you're going to be less emotional, you're going to be less attached to whatever you've just written. You're going to be way more ruthless, right? And step four then is to cut it like a psycho. Now you sharpen the blade, right? Anything that doesn't earn its place should be gone. Cut at least 30% of it if you've done it right. Probably more. Length doesn't matter. Selling does. Final rule. Say everything in as few words as possible, right? That is it. That's the rule. Include everything the sale needs, nothing it doesn't. Say it cleaner, say it faster, say it better. And why editing matters, right? I want to talk about this before I end this. So this, again, could have been sectioned better. But editing matters, right? Long, bloated copy gets ignored. Tight copy gets read. Read copy, read copy gets sales, right? This is the difference between looking like an amateur and getting paid like a pro. I probably look like an amateur because this slideshow is so badly put together. So let's just continue, right? Write like you talk, right? People don't like to read. Okay, so this is actually a new lesson. This is a train wreck. Anyway, I'm gonna try and just power through this shit, right? So writing like you talk is really important. As I've said, people don't like to read. I've probably repeated that like 10 times because it's so important. People don't like to read. And when they do read, they skim, right? So stop writing like a robot. Start writing like a real human being. No big words, no formal tone, just you. Talking. If you wouldn't say it out loud, delete it, right? Essays are completely dead. Conversations will sell. Pretend you're speaking to a mate. I've said this over and over again. At the gym, in the car, over a drink. Keep it short, keep it punchy, keep it real, right? Use voice typing if you need to. So actually speak. You can there's a button you can press. For me, it's like control. You press it twice and it allows dictation. So you can actually speak to your computer and it'll just transcribe what you're saying live. And you can write that as your copy. That's what I do sometimes when I'm writing like a YouTube script. If I want to script my video a little bit so there's a bit of structure to it, I'll just speak it out and like how I want to say it, and then I can just cut things as I go through. Right? Talk, don't type, then clean it up. Right? Forget grammar, focus on clarity, be easy to read, be hard to ignore. Right? I don't want to repeat myself. Right? So, oh my Christ. Okay, I'm gonna take a pause because this lesson has gone through twice. Right? This is the exact same lesson, and then we'll come back. Okay, so this is the end of the course. Thank you very much for watching. I'm not going to ramble on too much. Comment the word Northern Lights if you watched to the end of the course, because I will like every single person that comments that. I also wanted to just say, if you want to work with me one-to-one, you can hit the link in the description. I'm not going to go on some crazy long pitch. Look, we have shit tons of results if you want to be around winners, if you want to have one-to-one coaching from people who have done what you want to do. You can do it. And if you're serious about actually making money, you're sick of sitting by yourself in your room thinking, fucking hell, am I ever going to make this? You know where to go, all right? Down the link in the description, check out our results. And if you want to watch another video about copywriting, I'm going to drop a huge AI course soon, but I'll post a video on screen here, and YouTube tells me this will be the best one for you. So look, I'll see you later. Thanks for watching this course. Latina Mommy, and just click this video.